Chapter 1. The woman in the photo had delicate facial features. Her skin was delicate and fair, and the white work shirt made her skin look as white as porcelain. In the photo, she was kneeling on the ground, holding a rag in both hands. She was seriously and meticulously doing her job, as a hotel cleaner. She did the dirtiest and most tiring jobs in every city. However, she only had a calm and tranquil temperament. She was like a weed growing on a cliff. But anyone who knew what the woman in the photo had gone through couldn't help but admire her tenacious perseverance and extraordinary wisdom. But for the rich lady holding the photo, she hated it to the core. "Yi Qian, do you want to live? Ha, let's see if I'm willing or not." An elegantly dressed young lady with bright red lipstick pursed her lips tightly. She stared at the photo with a cold gleam in her snake fangs, cold and vicious. "Yi Qian. You shouldn't be alive," the rich lady said gloomily with a strong murderous intent. She wouldn't let go of someone who knew all of her secrets, even if it was her cousin. The lives of the poor were worthless. Those who shouldn't live should just disappear. She took away everything that belonged to Yi Qian. Now that she was in a high position and married into a good family, she naturally had to play with her cousin who knew her secrets. Yi Qian. She had no choice. If she died, it would be hard to explain to her husband who knew that she had a cousin who didn't do her job properly. "You didn't pass the probation period. The hotel has decided not to hire you. Pack your things in 3 days and get out of here." Yi Qian, who was 28 years old, was fired again after 2 months of work. She was just like in the photo. Her temperament was calm and tenacious. She stood straight in front of the hotel manager in the lobby. She didn't bend over because of the manager's words, nor did she panic because she lost a job. She was used to losing a job every 2 months. While she became cold, it also made her heart stronger. Yi Qian calmly looked at the manager with her dark, obsidian-like eyes. She said faintly, "When will you pay me? We are a big listed company. How can your 2,000 yuan salary be small?" Manager Lu looked at the face in front of him that was so beautiful that it could make any man's heart flutter, and his heart itched badly. 10 minutes ago, he had been scolded by the HR manager because he had recruited a woman who had offended a big shot. He stared at Yi Qian as he pulled open the drawer of his desk, took out an envelope, and threw it out. Yi Qian threw the envelope containing his salary to the ground. His pupils constricted as he clenched his fists. The phone on the desk rang, and Manager Lu picked it up in a bad mood. Damn it, he had to turn off his phone later. "Manager Lu, I know you're a man who has tender feelings for women. Yi Qian, who seduced his teacher at the age of 14, you should know what to do. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Just don't kill him." A gentle voice came from the phone. Hearing that voice, Manager Lu felt that the other party was a beauty. "Train her well. I'm happy. You want to be the vice president of the hotel? It's just a word from me." Stupid. She got involved with a man at the age of 10, and she's still pretending to be a loyal woman in front of me. After hanging up the phone, Manager Lu's lust was aroused, and he became even more unbridled. He was so damn lucky. He had ordered someone to make Yi Qian drink the drugged water. He wanted to forget about it after doing it once, but this phone call came at the right time. If he did it well, the wife of that big shot would be his backer in the future. Yi Qian bent down to pick up the envelope containing her salary. Before her fingers touched the envelope, she looked up as if she had a premonition. Danger! Danger! She had to leave immediately. She had been able to survive until now because of her ability to react quickly to danger and avoid it. This was probably the only grace that life had bestowed upon her. At this moment, her body swayed without warning. Yi Qian's alarm bells went off in her heart. Before she could stand up, an indescribable feeling of embarrassment spread through her limbs and bones. Her lower abdomen seemed to be on fire, and she fell down beside the desk. Damn it, why are you pretending to be a pure woman? You're a who got involved with your own teacher at the age of 14. Someone told me to treat you well. Let's see how you're going to escape this time. The drugged Yi Qian was pressed against the desk. She didn't struggle violently. She clutched her collar tightly with one hand and groped around the desk with the other. When she came in, she saw the display on the desk clearly. With just a glance, she could remember the things on the display, where they were placed, and which were things that could be used as tools for self-defense. For example, there were 7 pens, 2 pencils, and 3 fountain pens in the black leather pen holder. One of the fountain pens was not capped. 2 ballpoint pens. Oh, and there was also a pair of office scissors. 2 buttons on her shirt had been ripped off, and that pair of dirty hands was holding on to her collar. Her pearly white teeth bit down on her lower lip. Even if she bit it until it bled, she didn't let go. Pain could make her more clear-headed, and she wouldn't succumb to the drug. Yi Qian was a woman who could fight with her life on the line, and she was also a woman who could be ruthless. At the age of 14, she was framed for seducing her own math teacher. So many years had passed, and no matter how much her cousin, who had married into a powerful family, had played dirty tricks, she still managed to survive. Today, whether or not she could survive, she had to fight for it. Yi Qian, who hadn't wasted any energy struggling, grabbed the uncapped fountain pen and stabbed it hard into the man's arm. The sharp tip of the pen pierced into Manager Lu's arm. Caught off guard, the man screamed and let go of the pen. Yi Qian, who was already battered and exhausted, picked up the envelope containing her salary without any emotion in her eyes. She dragged her weak legs and staggered away without looking at the beast whose arm was covered in blood. Before she could take 2 steps, the hair on the back of her head was grabbed. Damn it! How dare you hurt me? Manager Lu was a man after all. Even if he was injured, he still had the upper hand against a drugged woman. Bang! Yi Qian, who was holding her head, was slammed onto the office desk. Immediately, warm liquid flowed out. Manager Lu was furious. He slammed Yi Qian's head onto the desk again and again. He roared violently, "You shameless bitch! I'm going to kill you today." Yi Qian knew that she had lost a lot of blood. Her head felt like it was going to shatter from the impact. She placed her hand on the office desk and reached for the scissors in the pen holder. The office phone was swept to the ground. If she moved forward a little more, she would have swept the pen holder over. Holding the scissors, Yi Qian used the last of her strength and stabbed it into Manager Lu's chest with extreme precision. The sharp scissors accurately pierced his heart. Yi Qian had cleaned the autopsy room at the medical school. She was a woman who was better at her professional classes than medical students who attended formal classes. She knew the structure of the human body very well. She couldn't just stab the scissors in, she had to pull them out. Only by pulling them out could the blood and the heart gush out like water from a high-pressure water gun. You want to save him? Maybe in your next life. Yi Qian's face was covered in blood. Even her hair was drenched in blood. It was as if she had just walked out of hell. She leaned against the office desk with her eyes closed and felt for the office phone. Her bloody fingers pressed a string of numbers. Chapter 2. Shuka Village in Fujian Town was a village guarded by a troop deep in the mountains. In the middle of the night, the villagers of Shuka Village could faintly hear the sound of a truck. It was the sound of a military truck driving past the village entrance at night. It was past 2 in the morning, and the villagers were all sound asleep. Even if they heard it, they wouldn't deliberately wake up. Even if some people woke up, they would wait until they couldn't hear the sound before turning on the lights. The village chief had said that if anyone dared to disobey the rules, the road that the country had painstakingly repaired would be dug up. As for the person, he would be sent straight to jail and never be released. Yi Qian had been awake for a long time. When she heard the sound of the military truck disappear, she endured her headache and climbed out of bed. She turned on the flashlight, and the flashlight shone on the wall with the calendar hanging on it. So, it really wasn't a dream. So, she could open her eyes again and see the sun tomorrow. So, the grace that life had bestowed upon her, and fate had arranged for her to grow through hardship and be reborn from the ashes, and not die so pathetically. Time ticked by. At 6:00 in the morning, smoke was already rising from the chimneys in Shuka village. The mountain village bathed in the morning sun was lush and green, and the water gurgled. Outside the window, swallows flew and landed on the power lines, chirping happily. The clear morning sun passed through the thin mist and softly sprinkled down, making the flowers on the branches bloom even more brightly. The tender green buds and leaves supported the flowers, making the flowers on the branches look even more delicate and beautiful. Once again, she saw the flowers bloom in the warmth of spring, and the return of the swallows. It was a completely different situation. Yi Qian woke up in the middle of the night and didn't go back to sleep. She looked at the girl sitting by her bed and chattering non-stop. Her dark eyes narrowed slightly. The girl in front of her had red lips and white teeth. Her black hair was braided and hung nimbly from her shoulders. Her eyes were watery, like autumn waves. Her skin was a little darker, and there were small spots on both sides of her nose. These two flaws weren't considered flaws, but she remembered that she had done a lot of post-production work on them. This was Yi Ying, the source of all the hardships in her previous life, the source of her unhappiness in life, and the source of her miserable death. I have an exam on Monday. Remember to help me. Also, I brought back all my homework from school. Hurry up and help me finish it. Yi Ying was born pretty and her voice was also pretty. It was as pleasant to listen to as an oriole. It was just that her tone was commanding, as if Yi Qian deserved it. Yi Qian hugged the blanket and watched as Yi Ying chattered away. He smiled and said, "Yi Ying, long time no see." 14-year-old Yi Ying, long time no see. Long time no see. He had just met him yesterday. You must have gone stupid from the fall. The 14-year-old Yi Ying looked at her cousin who was half a year older than her and said worriedly, "You can't fall and become stupid. You're so beautiful. It'll be terrible if you fall and become stupid." She was so smart and smart. If she fell and became a fool, what would she do with her homework? Yi Qian's eyes curved into crescents. The corners of his mouth revealed a very, very faint smile, as clear as a stream. If I fall and become stupid, won't you be worse off? There was no one to help you with your homework, no one to give you the answers to your exams, and no one to help you get a good ranking. Sigh, thinking about it, why do I feel like you'll be worse off? While admiring the changing expressions on Yi Ying's face, Yi Qian chanted, Amitabha, in his heart. What a sin, what a sin. It felt so good to bully others. Why didn't she realize it before? As a 14-year-old again, she had to cherish this opportunity. You really fell and became stupid. Do I need you to help me with my homework? Yi Ying gritted her teeth and said unhappily when Yi Qian said what she was thinking. Her face was a mix of green and white. She tried hard to resolve her embarrassment, but in the end, she was still young and didn't have enough skills. It was inevitable that her expression would be a little twisted. Yi Qian looked at her expression and felt as if his withered heart had been injected with fresh blood. His whole person became much more lively. Chapter 3. In Yi Ying's eyes, it was as if she was going to apologize to her at any time. She lifted her chin slightly, waiting for Yi Qian to apologize. It's been hard on you. You have to do your own things. I can't even refute you. Yi Qian said with a smile, looking helpless. She raised her hand and rubbed her head. Ignoring Ying, who was so angry that her face was distorted, she asked her to leave. I want to change my clothes. You can leave first. Yi Qian, you bullied me. Ying stood up, her watery eyes filled with tears. She looked delicate, but her actions were wild. She slammed the wooden door and left angrily. Bullied? Ying, I told you, just you wait. She was putting on her clothes slowly when she heard Yi Ying's pitiful cries from the courtyard. She was complaining to her mother. Yi Jian counted to 3 in her heart. When Yi Jian counted to 3, Sun Dongqing rushed in with a bamboo stick in her hand. She glared at Yi Jian and shouted angrily, Stupid girl, you freeload in my house and bully your sister. Little brat, don't let me feed you until you become an ingrate. She rushed in front of Yi Qian. The bamboo stick was not aimed at his body, but at his face. How much hatred did she have for him? If she didn't hit him well, he would go blind. Yi Qian had already dodged when the bamboo stick was about to hit his face. She had returned to her 14-year-old self. She would not allow herself to be hit again, nor would she allow anyone to hit her. No one could. Ying even needs me to do her homework. It wasn't easy for me to persuade her to do her own things. Aunt, aren't you going to thank me? Why are you hitting me? Sun Dongqing was both an aunt and an aunt. 2 sisters married into the same family. They were sisters in their mother's family and sisters-in-law in their husband's family. Oh, you dare to dodge. You didn't fall to your death yesterday, but today you know how to anger me. Sun Dongqing glared. She rolled up her sleeves and picked up the bamboo stick. Stupid girl, your mother isn't here anymore. I have to teach you a lesson. What a disgrace, seducing your own teacher at such a young age. You should have been thrown out last night. Don't lead my Ying astray. Sun Dongqing had always been merciless to the daughter left behind by her elder sister. In her maternal family, she was proud and arrogant. She was bound to win in front of her elder sister. Now, there was only one orphan left in her elder sister's house. Shouldn't she discipline her properly? Her words made Yi Jian's eyes turn cold. Her delicate little face tensed up with a frosty expression. Seducing a teacher. When she woke up last night and looked at the wall calendar, she realized that she had returned to the spring when she was 14 years old. The first month of school was when the peach blossoms were in full bloom. That year, when she was 14 years old, she went to call Ying home from school. When she came out, she bumped into Ying, who was running towards her. Before she could say a word, she was pulled by Ying and started running. After running for a few dozen meters, she was tripped by Ying. When she fell, her forehead hit a moss-covered rock and she fainted on the spot. When she woke up, it was already Sunday morning, and there was a scandal about her seducing her teacher. And now, he woke up on Friday night. The difference between 1 day and 2 nights was the key to her life. Chapter 4. Sun Dongqing's rushing footsteps came to an abrupt halt when she saw the pair of sharp scissors shining with a cold light. She saw the viciousness on Yi Qian's face and the coldness in his eyes. For no reason, her heart skipped a beat. Her hand, which was holding the bamboo stick up high, dropped instantly. Aunt, before the matter is investigated thoroughly, don't make a fuss about making my life difficult. I'm not afraid that the whole family will suffer because of me. Yi Qian said coldly. His eyes were very dark, even darker than the night sky. His eyes were especially bright as the stars. When he stared fiercely, the color in his eyes changed. His eyes were like the ever-changing aurora. Although they were beautiful, they made people feel fearful. Stupid girl, let's see how long you can keep up your pretense. When the teacher comes looking for you, you can explain yourself. Facing Yi Qian's viciousness, Sun Dongqing's heart skipped a beat. Subconsciously, she thought, did Ying lie? As the thought flashed through her mind, Sun Dongqing hurriedly stopped herself. Impossible. Ying had always been obedient. It was impossible for her to lie. No, she had to ask Ying. Sun Dongqing thought of the seriousness of this matter. She threw the bamboo stick down and walked out. This matter happened to Yi Qian. She wasn't anxious at all. After all, she wasn't her daughter. Her mother-in-law also hated this granddaughter to death. But Sun Dongqing didn't know why, but she felt very anxious. She felt that something bad was going to happen. Yi Qian coldly watched her leave. The corners of his mouth curved slightly. In the mirror, she saw her own 14-year-old face clearly. Although her facial features were delicate, there was still a hint of youthfulness. However, the smile on the corners of her lips was already filled with the vicissitudes of life. Her gaze softened slightly. Her faint eyes had an extremely cold look. She looked up and saw Sun Dongqing hurriedly chase out of the courtyard. In the blink of an eye, she disappeared from her sight. Yi Qian coldly retracted his gaze. He found a comb and began to comb his black hair. Ying, this time, watch carefully. Back then, I let you off because of a momentary lapse in judgment. Now, I will definitely make you beg for death. Under the peach blossom tree outside the house, Ying, who was folding peach branches, was frightened by Sun Dongqing's voice. She pouted unhappily. Mom, you scared me. Sun Dongqing couldn't bear to say harsh words to her daughter, so she asked in a low voice, "What did you say when you came back yesterday? What's going on? What do you mean?" Ying lowered her head, the tip of her nose gently touching the delicate peach petal. She hid the panic in her eyes. How would I know what's going on? Come in and tell me. Sun Dongqing looked around and made sure that no one was around. Then, she pulled her daughter into her bedroom and began to interrogate her. Yi Qian, who came out from the other side of the house, watched the mother and daughter tugging and pulling each other into the house. With a faint smile on his lips, he walked out of Sun Dongqing's house. This was not her home. Her house was located in the innermost part of the village, next to a bamboo forest. Every brick and tile had been added by her parents when they were still alive. Before the age of 4, it was heaven. In front of the house, there was a garden full of peach blossoms. Behind the house, there was the sound of bamboo waves. She sat under the peach blossom tree, resting her chin on her hands as she watched her mother read a poem aloud. Her eyelids gradually drooped as she fell asleep. Her father, who had just returned from digging up spring bamboo shoots, was beside her, peeling bamboo shoots while laughing. Occasionally, he would laugh and say, "Jane is like you. She likes to read." Her heavenly happiness came to an abrupt end at the age of 4. Yi Qian, who was reminiscing until tears flowed from his eyes, saw a villager walking over and quickly wiped the corners of his eyes. Before Yi Qian could greet the villagers, who were busy in spring, they surrounded her and asked about her health. Miss Qian, you're awake. Does your head still hurt? Chapter 5. In the face of their concern, Yi Qian rubbed her forehead in embarrassment. It doesn't hurt anymore. I just accidentally tripped over Ying. Maybe I was too nervous about the exam at noon and fainted from the shock. You child, why are you nervous about the exam? Ying is good at studying. Let her copy the exam for you. The villagers began to tease her. They all felt pity for this orphan girl who had no parents and was living in her uncle's house. Now, their gazes were kind and friendly, instead of pointing fingers at him. Yi Qian pursed her lips slightly and pretended to twirl her hair uneasily. She lowered her head and muttered, "She handed in the exam paper a long time ago. I couldn't copy it even if I wanted to. I only dared to hand in the exam paper when the bell rang. Her words made the villagers burst into laughter. Little Jian was an honest person. However, they did not know that Yi Qian was already paving the way for what would happen next. Uncle, Auntie, I'm going home to take a look. Please take care of yourself. Yi Qian thanked them politely. Her delicate face had a slight smile. I haven't been home for a long time. I'm going to tidy up. The villagers then realized that she was going back to her home in the village. Uncle Jen should be there. He has a dog. Remember to shout before you enter the house. Yi Qian naturally remembered. She still remembered how she was wronged and ran home crying. A big black dog barked and rushed out. If Uncle Jen had not appeared in time, she would have been bitten by the black dog. Later, Uncle Jen told her that the black dog was not a dog. It was an underage Tibetan Mastiff. Looking through the layers of peach blossoms, Yi Qian saw her home hidden in the depths of the sea of flowers. It was exactly the same as in her memory. The greenish-black roof tiles and the white walls were as good as new. It was the time when the peach blossoms were in full bloom. The spring breeze caressed her face and the petals danced in the wind. Yi Qian walked through the rain of flowers and walked out of the peach blossom forest to return to her home. Grandpa Jen, Yi Qian, who was just a few steps away from the peach forest, raised his voice. Haigo was a Tibetan Mastiff. He had to shout in advance to prevent the same thing from happening in his previous life. She had jogged over, and before anyone could respond, she had already left the peach blossom forest. Yi Qian stopped in her tracks and looked at the 4 unfamiliar men who were sitting in the field and eating noodles. He nodded slightly and asked, "Is Grandpa Jen here?" She only glanced at it once before lowering her gaze. She saw someone raise his hand and quickly take something off the wooden table. It was a gun. Looking down again, the 4 of them were wearing boots that ordinary people wouldn't wear. They were military boots. They were sitting upright, with their backs as straight as a poplar tree. Also, their hairstyles were crew-cut, which was the uniform crew-cut in the army. These 4 people were all soldiers. They sat in front of their house with smiles on their faces. They seemed to be chatting casually about something. Because of her appearance, the 4 of them were surprised. Uncle Jen, who had a piece of cloth around his waist that had been washed white, smiled and said, Come, Lao Ten pickled cabbage. I know you guys. Hey, Miss Jen. It was a girl from the village. The 4 of them quickly stood up. One of the men with square features, who seemed to be the leader of the 4, laughed and said, Don't be afraid, little girl. We're not bad people. Of course she knew that they were not bad people. Besides, what kind of bad people had she not seen before? Chapter 6. Yi Qian nodded slightly and smiled at them. He did not show any fear of strangers. Instead, he walked over to Uncle Jen, who was holding a few plates, and said softly, I'll carry them. Your foot is not good. It hurts when spring comes. It's better for you to sit down. When these words fell into the ears of the 4 soldiers who had stood up, it was really unpleasant. They all knew that Elder Jen's father's foot was not good. Elder Jen's foot was injured on the battlefield. When spring and winter came, it would hurt badly. This time, they came back to give Elder Jen's father a special cold-dispelling medicinal wine. However, they had just finished cooking the noodles and had not eaten a single bite when they saw a young girl suddenly appear in front of them. Sigh, she had misunderstood them. Elder Jen was surprised. How did the little girl know that his foot was not good? No one in the village knew about it. It's fine. You just need to take care of yourself. Elder Jen was naturally referring to the incident where Yi Qian fell and fainted yesterday. However, there were other people present, so he did not say it out loud to save the little girl's face. Yi Qian pursed his lips and revealed an unnatural smile. It's just an accident. Thank you for worrying. She nimbly placed a few plates of sour and refreshing pickled cabbage on the wooden table. Then, she skillfully dripped some sesame oil on the table and added a spoonful of red chili oil. Not only was the pickled cabbage fragrant, but its color also became more vibrant. The bottle of soy sauce on the bed was not screwed shut. Yi Qian also screwed the lid shut. There were not many children in the village who were pampered. Children who did not have parents did not have the right to be pampered. Elder Jen looked at the young girl. Although she was thin and weak, she worked as if she had worked for more than 10 years. He felt a little sad and sighed softly. Little girl, don't be busy. They will clean up after they finish eating. Little girl, please take a rest. We will do it ourselves. Thank you, thank you. We will do it ourselves. If the company commander were to find out that these men were being served by a little girl, he would definitely be scolded badly. The 4 of them were embarrassed to let a little girl do all the work. One by one, they reached out their hands to block her, and the chopsticks on their bowls accidentally fell to the ground. The soldier closest to the chopsticks reflexively wanted to pick them up, but a pair of slender fingers beat him to it and accurately caught the chopsticks in her own hands. Yi Qian put his chopsticks back on the bowl and smiled faintly. It's not dirty. You don't have to wash it. Thank you. The younger soldier felt even more embarrassed and thanked him repeatedly. The soldier, who looked to be in his early 30s, smiled at Yi Qian and said cheerfully, "Young lady, your reaction is quite fast. Why don't we sit down and have a bowl of noodles together? You didn't even touch the noodles. Just give me a bowl. I've already eaten, thank you." Yi Qian's smile was very shallow, but when she smiled, there was also a hint of a smile at the corners of her eyes. She looked exceptionally comforting. This was the first time he met her, and he felt that she was a very polite young lady. After generously rejecting the soldier's invitation, Yi Qian turned to Elder Jen and said softly, "Grandpa Jen, I want to discuss something with you in the room." Before the word, something, could be said, a black shadow rushed out like an arrow. It was so fast that the petals that fell to the ground were swept up a few centimeters into the air. There were obviously other people, but the black shadow rushed in front of Yi Qian. It was so fast that even Elder Jen did not have time to react. Yi Qian did not move, because she could not move. Chapter 7. Not only did the black figure rush in front of her, but it also stood up after letting out a low growl and placed its forelimbs on her shoulders. It was so close that Yi Qian could clearly see that Haigaw's sharp canine teeth were stained with blood. A strong smell came from its nose and mouth. It was the Tibetan Mastiff. "Haigaw, don't move. Don't move." A few voices came at the same time. It was the 4 soldiers behind Yi Qian. They were telling Yi Qian to calm down and not scream or make any big movements. Yi Qian, who smelled the stench of blood, did not move. Instead, she tried her best to relax her shoulders and slowly adjust her breathing rate. The Tibetan Mastiff could fight a tiger, so it was best for her not to move. Uncle Jen did not move immediately. Instead, he clapped his hands lightly 3 times. Hei-Ga, whose fur was standing on end, let out a low growl and bared its fangs ferociously. It looked like it was going to bite Yi Qian's neck in the next second. The man and the dog looked at each other for a few seconds. Hei-Ga let out another low growl and moved away from Yi Qian. It obediently leaned against Uncle Jen's side. Yi Qian, whose expression did not change, took a deep breath and finished what she wanted to say with a smile. "Grandpa, I have something to tell you in the room." There were many brave people, but not all brave people could be so calm. What was a Tibetan Mastiff? The 4 soldiers sitting there all knew what it was. The Tibetan Mastiff by Uncle Jen's side was the first generation of the Iron General. Its fighting ability, reaction speed, and ferocity were all at the first level. A normal soldier would not be scared to the point of peeing his pants, but his expression would definitely change drastically. This little girl in front of them could still finish her sentence so calmly. It was indeed admirable. Uncle Jen seemed to have guessed something. He looked at the 4 soldiers who were looking at Yi Qian in shock. He nodded and brought Yi Qian to a room with new furniture. Little girl Jian, this room has always been prepared for you. This is your home. As long as you want to come back, you can come back anytime. His simple words instantly touched the softest part of Yi Qian's heart. She turned around and bowed deeply to Uncle Jen. Grandpa Jen, thank you. This was a big gift. Coming out of nowhere, it really startled this old revolutionary who had walked through a hail of bullets. His calloused hands firmly supported Yi Qian. He said with a deep voice, "Little girl, I can't accept your bow. This is your home. I'm just staying here. As long as you don't come back, of course I have to keep watch for you." He was strong and did not give Yi Qian another bow. "Little girl, stand up. Man, if you want to establish yourself, you must first straighten your back." "Grandpa Jen, thank you." Yi Qian raised her head and looked at the gray-haired old man who was teaching her how to behave like a family member. "Yi Qian will remember your words." Uncle Jen did not ask why Yi Qian suddenly wanted to come back. If he wanted to ask, he would not have tidied up the rooms so well. Chapter 8. Old Uncle Jen glanced at the empty wooden table and said to Yi Qian in a gentle voice, "Girl, you'll know who they are in the future. I can't promise you anything else, but I promise you that you won't be bullied in this house." Bullied? She wouldn't let herself be bullied again. Yi Qian nodded lightly. She thought about it seriously and blinked her eyes playfully. "Don't worry, I won't say anything." There was no shortage of smart people in this world, but there was a shortage of smart people. Old Uncle Jen laughed loudly and looked at Yi Qian with even more kindness. "Okay, Grandpa will wait for you to come home." When Yi Qian walked out, Hei Jie suddenly appeared. Old Uncle Jen smiled at her. "Weren't you afraid just now? You weren't scared." A young Tibetan Mastiff was stronger than an adult dog. Yi Qian glanced at it and smiled. "I'm not scared. All intelligent dogs can recognize their masters." "Girl, you're a brave person. But this isn't a dog, it's a Tibetan Mastiff. A very intelligent one." Old Uncle Jen saw that she was calm and didn't show any fear. He was happy. "Let it smell you. It'll recognize you when you come home." He clapped his hands and Hei Jie reacted quickly. It dashed over as if it had received professional training. "Come, Haigao, smell your little master." Old Uncle Jen bent down and gently stroked Haigao's head. He motioned for Yi Qian to reach out her hand and let it recognize her as its master. Yi Qian boldly reached out her hand to Haigao's sharp fangs. "Hei Jie, I'm Yi Qian. Please take care of me in the future." Recognizing a master wasn't something that could be done quickly. A Tibetan Mastiff would only recognize one master in its lifetime. Only an intelligent Tibetan Mastiff would be able to recognize a second master. Hei Ting didn't approach Yi Qian immediately. Instead, he shook his fur and circled around Yi Qian's feet like an arrogant general. From time to time, he would sniff and whimper. After sniffing and whimpering for at least 3 minutes, it finally lowered its head and rubbed Yi Qian's little feet. Then, it lay down meekly. This was a sign that it had recognized its master. Yi Qian was overjoyed that Hei Jie recognized her as its master, but Sun Dongqing walked around the village for a while. Early in the morning, she was anxious and angry, so she was sweating all over. Damned girl, where did she die? She was always under his nose when he had nothing to do, but when he looked for her for something, she didn't even appear. After looking around, Sun Dongqing stood on the embankment and cursed. With her sharp eyes, she finally saw Yi Jian standing on the bank of a pond above. Her eyes moved slightly. She was originally furious, but now, she let out a shrill scream. Jian girl, what are you doing? Come back quickly. Come back quickly. Haide, quick, pull Jian girl back. Damned girl, she's taking things too hard. She's going to jump into the pond. A villager with a hoe on his shoulder happened to pass by the embankment. When he heard this, he was so frightened that he dropped his hoe and stumbled a few times. His hands were like iron pliers as he pulled Yi Qian to the side. He was probably frightened. His strength was so strong that he almost threw himself and Yi Qian into the paddy field below. Uncle Hai, please be careful. Yi Qian reacted quickly. He even pulled the middle-aged man who was about to fall into the paddy field. I just came out of my house. Auntie yelled at me. I was stunned. The middle-aged man felt cold sweat break out on his back. When he heard Yi Qian's words, his expression turned ugly. That auntie of yours is always so noisy. She's almost scared my soul out of me. Chapter 9. Yi Qian quickly apologized. Uncle Hai, I'm sorry. I don't know what my aunt said about me jumping into the pond. Even though I'm young, I know that jumping into the pond will cost me my life. I can do anything else, but I can't do this. Ha, the little girl's spirit has risen after a fall. The middle-aged man laughed when he heard this. He raised his hand and rubbed Yi Qian's head. It's good that she's more spirited. If she's like your aunt, she'll scare me to death sooner or later. Below, Sun Dongxing ran all the way over, shouting, You little girl, don't get me killed. You're so young, yet you don't say anything when something happens. You even know how to jump into the pond. If you die, it'll be a clean slate, but I'll be criticized behind my back for the rest of my life. Who taught you to do such a stupid thing? Jump into the pond, jump into the pond. Stupid girl, if you have the guts to jump into the pond, why don't you have the guts to let the matter rest? Yi Qian saw her shouting and her actions were extremely exaggerated. In order to show that she was really anxious, she purposely missed her foot and stepped into the water field. When she pulled her foot out, she realized that her leather shoe was stuck. She even remembered to pull it out and put it on before running. After running for 2 steps, she fell again. She didn't even have the dust on her body, making it seem like she was really anxious. Her voice was loud and the matter was so serious that the villagers who were busy at home all rushed over. They didn't understand why they came back. They only heard Sun Dongxing shouting and thought that Yi Qian had done something embarrassing and felt that she was going to jump into the pond. What happened? What happened? Little girl Jian jumped into the pond. How can a child know how to jump into the pond? Quick, go and see what happened. That woman Sun Dongxing is so scared. It was undeniable that Sun Dongxing was really willing to go all out for Ying. She was a smart woman. Yi Qian always knew that he had suffered a lot at her hands in his previous life. But this time, he wanted to make her lose all her face. What's wrong with my aunt today? She looks like she's lost her mind. Why do you look just like my grandfather before he fell ill? Yi Qian muttered softly to himself. He didn't need to be too loud, just loud enough for Uncle Hai, who was picking up the hoe, to hear. He raised his head and looked at Sun Dongxing, who was screaming and jumping as she ran over. He chuckled and joked, Isn't that so? You're crazy. He paused and looked at Yi Qian with a smile. When your grandpa had a relapse, you were only 3 years old. How did you know? Yes, he got sick on the 7th of April. He ran out alone on the 27th of October and found Grandpa in the reservoir at 4 in the afternoon. Yi Qian lowered his eyes slightly. His voice was filled with sorrow, and Uncle Hai couldn't help but sigh. He glanced at Sun Dongxing and sighed. This auntie of yours. She's spouting nonsense. Why don't you reply to her? Yi Qian smiled bitterly. His whole body was filled with helplessness. He said softly, "The innocent knows that they are innocent, and the muddy knows that they are muddy. Uncle Hai, I'll head over first. There are some things that I still need to talk about. I'll go with you." "Sai, you're such an honest child." When Uncle Hai saw this, he felt a pang in his heart. Yi Qian had no parents, so he wanted to dote on him. On the other side, Sun Dongqing saw that the two famous gossipy women in the village had rushed over. She also saw that Yi Qian didn't reply to her criticism as usual. She was secretly pleased with herself. Chapter 10. There were two famous gossipy women in the village. They carried Sun Dongqing to the pond while inquiring about the situation. Two of them wanted to know, while the other wanted to spread rumors. After a while, the villagers who came over knew what was going on. "No way, seducing a teacher. Are you serious? Hey, little girl, you're not even fully grown yet, but you already know how to seduce people." Sun Dongqing seemed to be scared out of her wits. She howled, "Isn't that so? When I came back yesterday, my Yingying didn't dare to say anything, so she pretended to faint. If Yingying hadn't let it slip today, I wouldn't have known about this. I told you, a pretty girl will ruin things. Look, isn't this happening now? She thinks she can seduce people just because she's pretty. TSK, TSK, TSK. Be careful not to lead your Yingying astray." The two gossipy women spoke one after another, convicting Yi Qian in just a few sentences. The villagers who didn't know what was going on were stunned when they heard this. They were all skeptical and doubtful. "You all know that the Jian girl is mischievous, unlike my Yingying who is honest and only knows how to study. With such a big thing happening, I only hope that the school won't come knocking on our door." Sun Dongqing howled even louder, throwing all the blame on Yi Qian. "Auntie you, I've never thought of myself as pretty, and I've never done anything just because I'm pretty. I really can't bear to hear you say that. What would a little girl like you know?" Yi Qian walked over and stood in front of them, blocking their way. He raised his voice and said calmly, "And Auntie Chiu, you know that I'm not fully grown yet. How could you believe that I seduced a teacher? Your daughter is my classmate. You can ask your daughter Wenli if I seduced a teacher. Have you two seen me seduce a teacher with your own eyes? I, Yi Qian, may not have parents, but I know that a teacher is not to be bullied." The best way to fight back was to stand up bravely in the face of rumors and slanders. Yi Qian's experience from his previous life allowed him to stand upright in front of them at the age of 14. Her gaze was as clear as the sun at this moment, so clear that it was as if all the darkness could be seen in her eyes, and there was nowhere to hide. Sun Dongqing was stunned when Yi Qian stood in front of her and said his first sentence. This wretched girl actually dared to talk back to him, and even talked back in front of the neighbors. After being stunned for a while, he thought to himself, "Oh no, I'm afraid that this wretched girl is not easy to deal with." Throwing a tantrum and pestering endlessly was her specialty. When she saw that the situation was not right, she cried out, "Ah Yaya," and started to make a fuss. "Elder sister, you left a troublemaker with me. She even knows how to talk back. Are you trying to piss me off? Are you trying to piss me off?" Aunt Yu and Auntie Chiu were still supporting her on either side. After Yi Qian finished speaking, they couldn't help but look embarrassed. When Sun Dongqing started to make a fuss, the two of them tactfully let go of her. She continued to make a fuss. Yi Qian looked on coldly, pursed his lips, and calmly said, "I was an orphan when I was young. This is something that everyone in the village knows. Auntie, you don't have to talk about it every day. It's precisely because I'm an orphan that I have to be more careful. Because I don't have the qualifications to cause trouble." Chapter 11. When Sun Dongqing heard this, she immediately stood up from the ground. She stopped complaining and slapped her thigh. "You dare to talk back? You wretched girl, do you respect me as your aunt? You dare to talk back to your elders like this? I know what kind of person you are. You even dare to talk back to your elders. Seducing a teacher, you think you can't do it? Aunt, you said that I seduced a teacher. Have you verified it? Have you gone to the school to ask? Have the teachers come to our house? Did you ask Ying what's going on? Yi Qian calmly dragged Ying into the conversation. Not only did she stand upright, her words were even more upright. A few villagers that Yi Qian met early in the morning also gathered around. They understood what was going on and started talking about what happened yesterday. Little Jian was in the middle of an exam. What do you mean by seducing a teacher? Wasn't it Yi Ying who dragged Miss Jian away and tripped her? How is this related to seducing a teacher? Sun Dongqing could no longer keep up with Yi Qian's pace, especially when Ying was mentioned. She panicked and wanted to interrupt, but there was no chance. The villagers started talking among themselves and comforted Yi Qian. There's no smoke without fire. You didn't do it, so why would others accuse you? Sun Dongqing was furious. She pulled apart the neighbors around Yi Qian and pointed at Yi Qian. Flies don't bite a flawless egg. If you were a good person, no one would dare to criticize you. Yi Qian looked straight at her and even smiled faintly. No matter how good an egg is, it can't withstand being slandered. Aunt, uncles, and aunts haven't heard of it, but only you know. Your niece wants to ask you, where did you hear about it? How about this, why don't we confront each other face to face? You are my aunt, my relative. I don't think you want me to be wronged. Yi Qian knew that this was the only way to prevent the villagers from thinking that he was really going against Sun Dongqing. Sun Dongqing, who had made up her mind, clenched her teeth tightly. On the surface, she put on a pained expression as she beat her chest and stomped her feet. Do you know what I've wronged you and what you've done? That damned girl was still being stubborn even now. I want to keep it a secret for you, but can I? When the villagers heard this, they felt that something was amiss. This kind of thing. If Sun Dongqing hadn't told them, they wouldn't have known. The child is still young, how could he do such a thing? Seducing a teacher, how big of a crime was that? Sister-in-law Dongqing, I think you'd better call the person who passed the message over and confront him face to face. That's right, this kind of thing that tarnishes a child's reputation, whoever spouts nonsense is going to suffer 1,000 cuts and 10,000 cuts. Yi Qian stood steadily. His words were loud and clear, without a trace of guilt. His expression was bright, his eyes were clear, and his movements were calm. It was enough to prove that she had been wrongly accused. Confrontation. How could there be a confrontation? Sun Dongqing was secretly gritting her teeth. She glared at Yi Qian with a fierce and gloomy expression. Yi Qian, now that you've grown up, your wings have hardened, haven't you? I haven't grown up, I've just become more sensible. I know the severity of the matter, and I know that I have to stand up for this kind of thing. Seducing a teacher requires a time and place. Since Aunt is so sure that I'm shameless, then you must know everything. Chapter 12. Yi Qian didn't back down and instead advanced. This made Sun Dongqing a little nervous. She said firmly, "Stupid girl. I really took your kindness for granted. Fine, when the teacher comes, I'll see what you say." She couldn't stay here for too long. If she stayed any longer, Sun Dongqing felt that she wouldn't be able to handle it. Stupid girl, did she change her personality in one night? She even knew how to bring the villagers here to testify. She couldn't be bothered with her. Seeing that the situation wasn't right, she, who had always been clever, quickly shook her hand and left while cursing. At this moment, the surrounding villagers all understood what was going on. They all criticized Sun Dongqing for being unreliable. It was Yi Qian's bad luck to have such an aunt. After saying a few words, a few of the more thoughtful people gently nudged the people beside them, indicating that it was better to speak less. After all, Sun Dongqing had a husband who was the deputy mayor of Fujian town. It was said that he might be promoted to mayor this year. Yi Qian, who had calmly observed this scene, lowered his eyes slightly. His long eyelashes gently covered the coldness in the depths of his eyes. She knew who the villagers were afraid of. This was also Yi Ying's capital. With a father who was the deputy mayor, no matter what happened, the school teachers wouldn't go overboard and blame her. As for herself, after the sighing villagers left, Yi Qian gently opened his hand. His palm was delicate and the lines on his palm were clear. It was like the path he wanted to take. In the end, it should be in his own hands. Uncle Yi Zhifan was someone she didn't want to go up against at the moment. She understood this man too well. He was a man who didn't care about his own family in his pursuit of power. But he had a weakness, he cared a lot about his reputation. She couldn't directly go up against Yi Zhifan now, but she could use his weakness to bring down Sun Dongqing first. Yi Qian, who was standing alone, raised his head. His smile was bright and beautiful. There was nothing to be afraid of, nothing to worry about. The path was in his own hands, and this was a very good start. 14th's smile was bright and carefree, full of vigor. Her beautiful facial features were devoid of any haze, only hope for the future. Her smile was so glaring in Yi Ying's eyes as she walked over. Yi Ying wanted to pounce on her and scratch her face. Yi Qian, who had always been sensitive, calmly stopped smiling when she saw the malicious gaze behind her, which was as sharp as a needle. She turned around and looked at Yi Ying, who was glaring at her. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She looked at her condescendingly and disdainfully. Yi Ying, who was standing a few steps away, was a meticulous person. After she understood what was going on, her expression changed drastically, and anger rushed to the top of her head. Yi Qian. She gritted her teeth and growled in a low voice. She took a few steps forward and stretched out her hand to push Yi Qian away as if he was at home. Suddenly, out of the corner of her eye, she saw a few villagers looking over. She reacted quickly and immediately put on a sisterly expression. She reached out and placed her hand on Yi Qian's shoulder. Yi Ying, you disgust me, and I disgust you as well. Yi Qian avoided her easily and didn't let her act disgust him even more. He chuckled coldly and said, "You know what I mean. Don't put on an act for others to see." In the eyes of the villagers, Yi Ying from the deputy mayor's family had always been obedient. She was good-looking, good at her studies, and had a good personality. Chapter 13. I'd like to see if you've really changed. Yi Ying couldn't be bothered to keep up the act. She wasn't the scheming Yi Ying anymore. Yi Ying couldn't be bothered to keep up the act. She was no longer the scheming Yi Ying. Yi Ying couldn't be bothered to keep up the act. She pulled a long face and said fiercely, "You eat my food and live in my house. You're worse than a dog when you leave my house." Yi Qian looked at her. His dark eyes were like the calm sea, vast and boundless, but also extremely deep and cold. Yi Ying swallowed uncomfortably and stammered, What are you looking at?" She then smiled faintly and said slowly, "Go home and ask your mother where the food I eat and use comes from. Also, Yi Ying, you better remember this. You're the one who's worse than a dog when you leave my house. I'll see you on Monday, Yi Ying." Monday, Fujian Town Middle School's second-year mock exam. Don't underestimate this town's middle school. Due to the presence of a military unit, the curriculum was very strict. At the mention of Monday, Yi Ying's face froze. She was angry, but she also felt that she had suffered a great injustice. Her pair of watery eyes were like pearls, dripping down drop by drop. "Sis, I was wrong. I was wrong. Don't be angry, okay? Yi Ying's heart was filled with hatred, but she immediately admitted her mistake. She was like a temperamental child who could easily be forgiven by an adult. Yi Qian glanced at the hand tugging at his sleeve and looked over with a half-smile. I've seen plenty of two-faced people. The more you hate me now, the more aggrieved your expression is. I know what you told your mother. As Yi Qian spoke, he suddenly leaned over slightly. His dark eyes were cold as he carefully stared at the flustered Ying. So, the reason you dragged me away yesterday was because you were seducing the new math teacher. Yi Ying, who was flustered, heard this and felt guilty. In order to cover up the truth, she raised her voice and said sharply, "Nonsense. You know very well whether I'm talking nonsense or not." Yi Qian raised his hand and patted the back of Yi Ying's hand gently. He smiled faintly. Yi Ying, you've never been good at language. You definitely didn't remember this sentence. At that moment, Yi Ying felt as if something was branded on the back of her hand that had been slapped. She was so scared that she quickly flung her hand away. She then looked at Yi Jian, who was clearly smiling faintly. She seemed to be the same as before, but there was something vaguely different about her. Yi Jian's dark eyes looked at her, and there seemed to be a slight smile, but she saw more coldness. Yi Jian. Yi Ying wanted to raise her voice as usual, but when she opened her mouth, she realized that her voice was trembling. I'm going to tell my dad. You bullied me. You bullied me. Yi Ying saw that Yi Qian, who had always acted weak in front of her and whom she looked down on, left without looking back. She was anxious and scared, and she cried even harder. Chapter 14. When Yi Ying chased after her, she happened to see Sun Dongqing talking to village chief Zhang Difu, who had gone to the town government office early in the morning. She vaguely heard her mother asking about the town's middle school teacher. Yi Qian, who was in front of her, turned around and naturally heard it too. He looked at Yi Ying with a half-smile. He didn't say anything, but it made Yi Ying's hair stand on end. Isn't there a new math teacher in the city? I heard that. Hearing this, Yi Ying forgot to cry. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, she shrieked, "Mom, what are you asking about all day?" Yi Ying, who had a guilty conscience, was most afraid of mentioning the teacher. Her sudden shriek made Sun Dongqing's heart skip a beat. What are you shrieking about? All day long, play, play, play. Do you think you're a concubine? I'll take care of you. If you were a concubine, you'd still be living here. It sounded like she was criticizing Yi Ying, but she was actually scolding Yi Qian indirectly. Yi Qian just smiled and pretended not to hear. Yi Zhifan wasn't back yet. With a guilty Yi Ying around, seducing the teacher wouldn't cause a stir in the village for the time being. Sun Dongqing saw Yi Qian's nonchalant expression, as if he didn't care about her at all. She, who had finally calmed down, felt a sharp pain in her heart. She rolled her eyes and sneered, "Oh, you're back to pack your things and leave. That's right, my house is small, how can it accommodate a big Buddha like you?" Her original intention was to threaten Yi Qian. "Stupid girl, let's see if you still dare to talk back to me. How dare you be naughty? Without this house, where can you go?" Village Chief Zhang Difu was already frowning. He wanted to ask a few more questions, but he saw Yi Qian's eyes fill with tears. His eyeballs were about to fall out. He sobbed and said, "Aunt, how long are you going to accuse me? What's seducing the teacher? If I admit to this baseless accusation, will I still be able to live? Aunt, I beg you, please give me a way out." With that, Yi Qian covered his face and ran away. She still had to go to the neighboring village to look for her classmate, Zhang Bin, who had handed in the papers with her yesterday. Back then, the matter of her seducing her teacher was settled as soon as she woke up. When she woke up from the fall, she was scared silly. By the time she came back to her senses, everything was settled. Only Zhang Bin, who had handed in the papers one after the other, was the only one who stood up for him. Yi Qian looked as if she had suffered a great grievance and even ran away with tears in her eyes. Sun Dongqing and Yi Ying were dumbfounded. Village chief Zhang Difu couldn't stand it and said unhappily, Shifan's wife, Shifan only has one niece. You're his aunt. Do you think you're speaking like an elder? After saying that, he flung his sleeves and left. Sun Dongqing was so angry that she slapped her thigh and cursed herself for being so unlucky. She also said that she was so nice to Yi Qian. Anyway, after Yi Qian covered his face and left, she couldn't explain herself anymore. Yi Qian, who had already gone to the neighboring village, couldn't hear them. Even if he did, she wouldn't take it to heart. She didn't take the main road, which was a waste of time. Instead, she took a small path that only required her to climb over a mountain. When spring came, all the hibernating animals came out. Even the hibernating snakes started to come out. Yi Qian casually picked up a twig that was 2 fingers thick. It wasn't to ward off snakes. She wasn't afraid of snakes since she was young. Holding the twig in her hand was just a habit. Chapter 15. The flowers on the mountain were in full bloom. As they walked along the mountain path, the white birch trees blocked out the spring sun. Deeper into the mountain, Yi Qian could see an iron fence that stretched along with the mountain. This was a fence set up by the troops stationed deep in the mountains to prevent civilians from trespassing into the restricted area, for fear of accidentally injuring the children in the mountains. Halfway up the mountain, Yi Qian heard the rustling of leaves. Someone was walking in the mountains. It was normal for villagers to walk in the mountains, but Yi Qian felt unreasonably nervous. He instinctively hid under a tree and covered himself completely. Gently brushing aside the bushes, Yi Qian saw 3 unfamiliar men carrying something on their shoulders. They seemed to be searching for something. Fuck, that kid took the money and didn't do anything. What can we get from this place? The man who spoke was only in his mid-20s, but he was the shortest of the 3. He carefully placed the thing on his shoulder against the tree. We have to climb up. The tallest man was probably tired from walking and leaned against a white birch tree to rest. Let's take a break. Fuck, we've been walking in this deep forest for days. If we can't do it, we can go down the mountain and find a farmer to get some food. If you're not afraid of death, then go down the mountain and get some food. The man with a pair of gloomy eyes, who was of average height and also the strongest, snorted coldly. He reached into his pocket and took out a cigarette. He sniffed it and put it back into the cap. Let's go. Let's go up. If we can't complete the task, we'll be starving for the rest of the month. The other 2 men obviously only listened to him. When he said to go, they immediately packed up and left. The shorter man was struggling to carry the thing, so he said to the taller man, "Give me a cannon barrel. My shoulders are peeling." Cannon barrel. Camera lens. When the shorter man took out the thing from the waterproof canvas bag, Yi Qian's pupils constricted. It really was a camera lens. And it was not an ordinary lens. It was an imported lens that cost at least tens of thousands. In a split second, Yi Qian guessed what they had said before and instantly understood what these people wanted to do by carrying expensive lenses in the mountains for a few days. They were here for the troops deep in the mountains. They wanted to steal the military secrets. Yi Qian, who was supposed to go to the neighboring village, was stunned. If they really wanted to film the troops, they had to go to Eagle Beak Cliff, which would take at most an hour from here. If she went down the mountain to find Grandpa Jen, he would definitely have a way of contacting the troops. The tall man put one of the heaviest lenses into his bag and said sarcastically, "Don't plant seeds on women. If you have time, learn from Brother Liu. Go to the gym and walk around." The tall man put it aside and reached for his belt. As he unbuckled his belt, he said, "I'm going to pee. You can put it in yourself." Yi Qian, who had been holding on to the tree branch, clenched her fists. The man was coming in her direction. Yi Qian looked around quickly. She was no longer squatting. She slowly walked around the tree until she reached the back. She shrunk her shoulders and tried to use the tree trunk to block her. Yi Qian held her breath. She was so sensitive to smells that after a few days, she could smell even the slightest bit of residual scent. A jet-black snake slithered down from the tree branch, then slowly slithered towards the feet of the man who was dealing with an urgent matter in his life. The man, who was shivering comfortably, lowered his head and looked at the snake. He was so frightened that he screamed and stepped back. Chapter 16. If they couldn't hide, then there was no need to hide anymore. If they continued to hide, it would only boost the other party's morale and put them at a disadvantage. Walking out from behind the tree, Yi Qian glanced at the three people indifferently. "I've startled you guys." She flicked the branch lightly at the snake's body and threw it into the air. She then raised her hand and grabbed the falling snake. "Oh shit. Oh shit. Fuck you." The tall man who was frightened by the snake saw a mountain girl whose face was still covered in mud walk out from behind the tree. She nimbly picked up the snake and threw it into the air. Then, she grabbed it lightly. The black snake, which was at least 50 centimeters long, twisted in her hand. The snake's 7 inches were pinched and its entire body wrapped around Yi Qian's arm. She didn't use any strength and gently wrapped it around the snake like it was a tree branch. Kugong snake, highly venomous. You didn't get bitten. You're lucky. Yi Qian grabbed the snake's head and skillfully opened the snake's mouth, exposing the venomous fangs hidden in its upper and lower jaws. Good fangs, good venom. It can be used as medicine. It's worth a lot of money. The three men's scalps went numb at the sight. Fuck. Didn't the children in the mountains play with toy snakes? Did they play with real snakes? The tall man was so scared that he didn't even buckle his belt properly. Fuck you, you're scared out of your wits. The man in the lead quietly placed his hand behind his back before gently retracting it. He stared darkly at the girl in front of him, whose face was so dirty that he couldn't even see her facial features. After sizing her up for a while, he squeezed out a question and asked, "Little girl, where are your parents?" Yi Qian, who used to work in a top security company, narrowed his eyes slightly when he saw him pull his hand back. This person had a gun on him and it was behind his waist. Bitten by a snake. I couldn't save her. With one hand holding the snake, Yi Qian replied coldly. She calmly walked away from the leader and let the shortest man stand in front of her. Using the man in front of her as a human shield would at least make her safer. Even if the opponent had a gun, she could still escape. Not only was he bold, but he was also extraordinarily calm. The short man who was closest to Yi Qian raised his hand and blocked Yi Qian's path. Little girl. You want it? Yi Qian did not let him finish his sentence. His eyes narrowed slightly, and the venomous snake with its mouth wide open suddenly moved closer to the other party's eyes. If you want it, sure. I caught the snake. Pay for it. Her movements were so fast that the short and small man was so frightened that he shuddered and took a few steps back. He gasped and shouted, "Fuck. You scared me to death. Who the hell wants to buy it?" The mountain path was only so wide, and he bumped into the leader, who was unprepared for the sudden retreat of his men. Crash. Both of them fell into the bushes on the side of the road. The leader who fell accidentally revealed the gun at his waist. This made Yi Qian's pupils contract. He nimbly turned around and walked down the mountain. When the tallest man saw his men fall into a mess, he, who had gathered his courage to stop Yi Qian, hurriedly shouted, "Brother Kuan." Fuck. Brother Kuan, who was the cushion, fell until his face turned black. The guy who was on top of him was still scrambling to get up. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw the village girl who caught the snake walking down the mountain. Brother Kun fiercely shouted, "Stop her!" Chapter 17. All snakes were agile. As long as their weak spots were not pinched, they were extremely aggressive, especially poisonous snakes. The free Mr. Crow moved its body and opened its mouth wide, biting Brother Kun's arm. Ah! Brother Kun, who was bitten, grabbed the Mr. Crow snake and threw it into the forest. He gritted his teeth and said, "Get them back here. This stupid girl knows what we're talking about." It was not easy to catch up with Yi Qian. After her first accident in her past life, she had developed the habit of running in the morning to make her body stronger. She had a strong personality and never stopped running even if it was raining or snowing. Otherwise, how could the boss of the security company, who also ran every day, let her into the security company when she did not have an identity card and a household register? A 28-year-old soul and a 14-year-old body combined so well. The mountain wind blew past her face and the trees behind her. She was able to shake him off from afar. It took less than 10 minutes to run from the mountainside to the foot of the mountain, but Yi Qian did not choose to run on the mountain path. Instead, she ran into the forest. The sound of leaves rustling made one of the soldiers raise his hand and cover his comrades who were scouting. "Someone's here," he said softly. The sound of leaves rustling suddenly reached his eyes. She was extremely fast and rushed out like a chamois in the forest. She bumped into the muzzle of the soldier's gun. Yesterday at around 5:00 in the morning, the soldiers patrolling the mountain discovered traces of someone squatting in the mountain. Until today, the person was still searching. Just in case, their group's steel guns were not equipped with bumpers. They could shoot directly. Yi Qian's forehead bumped right into the muzzle of the gun. She did not get scared, but the soldier who was holding the gun was scared out of his wits. "You little girl." The soldier who broke out in cold sweat recognized Yi Qian, whose face was covered in dirt. He quickly put away his gun and said, "Go back quickly. Don't come to the mountain to play for the next few days." The patrolling soldiers had to remember which children lived in the villages in the area they were patrolling. Yi Qian's makeshift face was easily recognized by the soldiers. Then he saw that Yi Qian's forehead had a round bullet hole. The soldier wanted to laugh, but he didn't want to be too serious. He lowered his head and quickly took out a spray from his sanitary bag. "Spray it on his forehead. It's all red." Yi Qian, whose vision was blacked out, did not take the spray. Instead, he said to the soldier in combat uniform, "There are 3 people with imported lens equipment. They are 500 meters above us. One of the leaders is called Brother Kun, and he was bitten by Yugong's snake." Yi Qian raised his hand to rub his aching forehead. He finished speaking in one breath, without the slightest pause. "Stay here and protect her. The rest of you, follow me." Yi Qian, who was rubbing her forehead, heard a voice that sounded like gold and jade coming from below. The man's voice was clean and low, and it was a voice that could be used in a golden palace. Yi Qian lowered his eyes and looked down. "Yes, sir." Among the orderly responses, Yi Qian saw an exceptionally young man with 2 bars and a star on his collar. The man's back was facing him as he stood against the light. He was very tall. His straight back looked like a pine tree that was about to soar into the clouds under the warm spring sun. He was steady, cold, and exuded a majestic aura. Chapter 18. On his body, there were 2 different auras. One was noble and the other was cold and ruthless. However, the 2 of them seemed to blend together naturally. Yi Qian lowered his head and said, "I don't need protection. I'll lead the way." She had never looked at a man with such a strong aura, one so strong that it seemed as though he could devour the weak. It was as though if he looked at her one more time, all of her secrets would be exposed, leaving her with nowhere to hide. The soft sound of the military boots stepping on the bushes made people's scalps tighten involuntarily. How are you going to protect yourself? And how are you going to lead the way? The young man stood in front of Yi Qian. His voice was slightly raised, and there was a hint of a smile in it. It was faint, but like the morning breeze, it blew away the cold and ruthless aura around him. Jin Yu's voice suddenly became clear and refreshing, and the cold and sharp aura around him dissipated the moment he opened his mouth. How could there be someone who could so easily change his aura in an instant? Yi Qian raised his head in shock and saw Zhang Ning's handsome face that stunned Shi Guang. Every part of him was exquisite, every part of him was elegant. Even the faint smile at the corner of his lips was like the sun beside the clouds. It made it hard for people to grasp their hearts. Even if they had to give everything they had, they would still be willing to do so. If this man had a few more years, his aura would be so strong that one would feel pressured just by looking at him. Under his aura, they would lower their heads uncontrollably and submit to him unconsciously. I naturally have my own ways. Yi Qian looked at him and said calmly. No matter how handsome or noble a man was, it was enough to just look at him. I'll lead the way. It will save you a lot of time. Also, that man called Kuan-ji has a gun on him. You guys be careful. Naturally, I have my own ways. Because the other party was a little girl, the man who had a rare smile on his face for fear of scaring her heard those words. But when he heard that, his eyes gradually darkened. His thin lips were no longer smiling, and he appeared exceptionally cold and stern. Even the cold air that he had restrained was slightly released once again. Yi Qian, who did not avoid his gaze, continued to stare at him. He saw the young soldier's dark eyes, which were as vast as the night sky, gradually turn cold. The faint smile in his eyes disappeared, and when he spoke again, his voice was deep and cold. Little girl, protecting yourself is not just for show. As for leading the way, Xia Jinyuan knew that the elders in the mountains would often guide the soldiers in the army, but he had never let a teenage girl lead the way. In his eyes, Yi Qian was still a little girl. However, in her eyes, he was just a young soldier in his early 20s. Yi Qian chuckled and said indifferently, Major, you should choose to believe me instead of standing here and talking to me. The young major's black eyes, which were as sharp as an eagle's, sized up the little girl in front of him who had her back ramrod straight. Then, he nodded his head. He seemed to be admiring her, but there was also a deeper meaning behind his words. He said indifferently, You are very bold. He walked past Yi Qian and ordered the soldiers who stayed behind, escort her down the mountain. Before the suspect is found, seal the mountain. Although he was young, he was already an officer with real power. Yi Qian, who did not back down because of this, turned around and looked at the major straight back. He smiled slightly. Kuan-ji was bitten by the crow snake I threw out. If it isn't dealt with in an hour, his life will soon be in danger. Major, can you find him within an hour? Chapter 19. Xia Jinyuan had never been threatened like this in his entire life. He did not expect that the young girl in front of him would be so bold as to follow them into the mountains. The sun shone through the leaves and scattered sparsely. Standing in the mottled light, the girl had a pair of dark eyes that were filled with tenacity. They were dark and had an all-encompassing coldness. The expression in the girl's eyes did not match her age. It was quite appropriate to describe her as mature. The determination in her eyes made him feel a little reluctant to reject her. Little girl, if you want to lead the way, you have to follow us yourself. Lu Bing, take care of her. Xia Jinyuan did not choose to believe that she would lead the way because he did not want to continue talking to this young and mature girl. He wanted to take her to the mountains and let her know what danger was. Only then would she be completely obedient. His strides were huge. Dressed in a combat uniform and army camouflage, he held onto a bush with one hand and jumped lightly. His arched back made him look like a ferocious beast that had its eyes on its prey in the forest. The soldier who was left behind, Lu Bing, took off his helmet and laughed. "Little girl, you actually have the guts to threaten Captain Xia. Fortunately, you are not his soldier. Otherwise..." He took off his helmet and placed it directly on Yi Qian's head. "Otherwise, you would have to fix it. Wear your hat and follow closely." Captain Xia was referring to the young major. What was there to be afraid of? She naturally had her own reasons for bringing it up. Yi Qian did not even have the chance to refuse to wear his helmet. He held onto the bush with both hands and followed closely behind her. There are traces of squatting here. There are traces of a tripod. Take a picture of this as well. Yi Qian quickly caught up and saw the soldier who was supposed to be chasing the criminal and the man called Captain Xia standing together. He pointed to a spot and a soldier took a picture with his camera. Xia Jinyuan had already heard the rustling of the bushes behind him. He was a little surprised. The little girl was quite wild. She caught up so quickly. "I met them a little on the other side. But they're gone now." Yi Qian pointed at the slope in front of them and pursed his lips. "However, I'm sure they won't dare to walk up the mountain. After being bitten by a snake, walking on the mountain was a dead end." Xia Jinyuan obviously understood what she meant. He turned to look at her and smiled faintly. "That's right, so we can collect evidence first." All signals in the surrounding area had been blocked. It was impossible for the people who had escaped into the mountains to send out information or call for help. Although this was a man with a cold aura, when he smiled, he was indeed very charming. Yi Qian had always thought that she was not a woman who would be dazzled by a man, but at this moment, she could not help but take another look. The cool mountain breeze blew over, and when it blew away the flash of light for a moment, it also carried a trace of smell. Holding her breath, Yi Qian took another light breath. Her eyes suddenly lit up and shone with a diamond-like light. She took a few light steps to Xia Jinyuan's side and said in a youthful voice, "How much longer do you need to collect evidence? They haven't gone too far. We can catch up with them immediately." Xia Jinyuan's intimidating black eyes were sharp as he looked indifferently at the girl who was only a fist away from him. Chapter 20. Xia Jinyuan, who always had his own plans for the operation, did not answer immediately. Instead, he quietly looked at the little girl who had a determined and cold expression in her eyes. Perhaps it was because he had been silent for a long time, she spoke again anxiously, "If we go down from here, we'll reach Yangzhou Creek. If we run in that direction, we'll reach the main road. Captain Xia, if you trust me, please follow me this way." Yi Qian, who had chased after them in a hurry, had a small cut on her face from the leaves of a shrub. Her forehead was red and swollen, and her little face was dripping with blood. However, her gaze was firm and unwavering, like a sapling that had taken root at the edge of a cliff. Even the wind and rain could not break her proud and unyielding character. Xia Jinyuan was silent for only a few seconds. His thin lips curved slightly. Under the helmet, although his extremely handsome face was cold, it gave Yi Qian warmth. Because he said, "Okay." Concise and crisp, without any pause. "I can guarantee it." Yi Qian pursed her lips and nodded gently. She said in a clear and childish voice, "None of you are as familiar with this place as I am. You won't go wrong if you follow me." Xia Jinyuan, who was smiling, clasped his slender fingers together, then slowly and coldly waved them out, indicating for Yi Qian to go first. "I can also guarantee that with us around, you'll return home unscathed." Sometimes, one chose to believe because of a look, an action, or a sentence from the other party. Xia Jinyuan believed in Yi Qian because he could see calmness and confidence hidden beneath the calmness in her eyes. She was an interesting little girl. She was wild and knew when to advance and when to retreat. Believing in her was actually not a difficult thing to do. In order to make himself believe in her, her face was tense and her eyes were filled with defiance. It was like the sun shining down from the sky, bright and dazzling. She really wanted to help them. Xia Jinyuan smiled faintly and nodded. He said in a low voice, "We'll be in front, and you'll be at the back. Don't act rashly under any circumstances." "Okay, I won't be a burden to you." Yi Qian knew that he heaved a sigh of relief. The wind blew gently again, and the smell in the wind grew fainter. The soldier in charge of the map glanced at Yi Qian and whispered to Xia Jinyuan, "Captain Xia, she's right. This is the fastest way to escape to the main road. You three, this way." Xia Jinyuan's slender fingers gently stroked across the map. With a serious and cold expression, he was like a king who was guiding the country and guarding his great mountains and rivers. "The three of you, stay here and guard the rear." Xia Jinyuan raised his head and looked coldly in the direction of Yi Qian. "Little girl, since you know he has a gun, you'd better hide it well." Yi Qian nodded. "Okay." Although the soldiers didn't quite understand Xia Jinyuan's decision to bring a little girl with them, they didn't immediately ask. They carried their guns and quickly chased after them under Yi Qian's lead. There was no mistake in the direction she chased in. A soldier who used to be a scout secretly looked at Yi Qian, who was walking in front of him, in surprise. This little girl didn't observe her surroundings, didn't look at the scene, and didn't analyze the possibilities. How did she do it? Compared to the scout's surprise, Xia Jinyuan was only shocked for a short while before calmly accepting it. Chapter 21. Yi Qian, 14 years old, second year of middle school, no parents after the age of 4. Lu Bing recognized Yi Qian at first glance, so when Xia Jinyuan asked, he succinctly and clearly explained the situation. Everyone in the village said that she's a pitiful little girl. Children without parents to take care of them were usually more sensible and knew how to survive. Xia Jinyuan looked at the figure that was even more agile than a swallow flying through the forest, and his gaze slightly narrowed. She had a tragic background, but he couldn't see any haze in her. He could only see the strength in her eyes. He only glanced at her once, but it was hard for Yi Jian to ignore his gaze, especially when he had such a strong aura. When she turned back to look at him, she only saw him calmly retracting his gaze, leaving her with an extremely elegant side profile. He instructed the soldiers, send the coordinates back to the troops and seal off the exit to prevent reinforcements. Once the target was locked, it was time to close the net. Yi Qian kept her promise and stopped after a certain distance. "It should be in front. We can still hear the sounds." She knew that too. They didn't notice. Xia Jinyuan couldn't help but squint. She raised her hand and gestured to them to move forward. The group of people searched in the direction she pointed. It was indeed in front. The rustling of the leaves was obviously different from the sound of the wind. She wondered if they could tell the difference. Yi Qian pursed her lips and thought. Xia Jinyuan, who was the first to come down, glanced around the rocky slope and found the traces left behind by the 3 suspects. The large patch of thorns that had been cut open was the strongest evidence left behind by the suspects. How did she know the exact direction the suspects had gone? How did she know that the suspects had stopped here? Yi Qian came down after her. Before she could steady herself, she felt a questioning gaze on her. She looked up and met the gaze of the person who was looking at her. What a sharp girl. Xia Jinyuan suppressed the growing doubts in his heart and reminded Yi Qian again, hide well and wait for us to come back. I'll send someone to send you back to the village later. Who asked him to send someone? As soon as they left, she immediately turned back. She only helped them because in her previous life, when she was at her lowest point, a soldier wearing the same military uniform bought a ticket for her. This was a favor that he would never forget, no matter what. Brother Kuan and the other 2 were captured while they were resting. As Yi Qian was leaving, he vaguely heard the sound of a gunshot behind him. Finally, everything returned to silence. Yi Qian did not go back the way he came. Instead, he went to the spring and washed his face. He washed off the dirt that he had smeared on his face before heading to Zhang Bin's house in the neighboring village. By the time Yi Qian returned home, it was already past 4 in the afternoon. As soon as he reached the main road, he saw Sun Dongqing and Ying standing by the roadside with a suitcase in their hands. Seeing her come over, the mother and daughter both rolled their eyes coldly at her and ignored her. When they ignored him, Yi Qian was happy to relax. "Mom, have you locked up the house? You won't be coming back for a while. If you don't lock up properly, you might attract thieves." Yi Ying's worried voice came from behind him. Her voice was neither loud nor soft, and it sounded like she was really worried about attracting thieves. Sun Dongqing snorted coldly and continued her daughter's words with a fake smile. "If she dares to come in, I'll beat her up. Beat her until she doesn't dare to do it again." He turned around, thinking that Yi Jian would stop. Who knew, she had already walked far away. Sun Dongqing bit her cheek and spat in disdain. Her narrowed eyes flashed with malice. Chapter 22. On the mountain, Xia Jinyuan ordered the soldiers to stop looking for her through his earpiece. This little girl, he had told her to hide well, but she actually left without saying goodbye. Was it that difficult to say goodbye before leaving? "Captain Xia, should we send someone to the village to ask if she has returned?" Lu Bing, who had just returned, was a little worried. There were wild boars in the mountains. Don't let them hurt her. The order to return to the team came from the headset. Looking at the darkening sky, Xia Jinyuan smiled faintly and said, "No need. A clever fox can survive no matter where it is. Retreat. Retreat, retreat. Attention, at ease." Returning to the team in the mountains was not as orderly as returning to the field. After the roll call, Xia Jinyuan led the patrol team in the direction of the army in the gradually darkening sky. The sun had already set in the west. The light of the setting sun passed through the forest and shone on the handsome figure walking at the front. He looked even more tall and straight, like a god descending to the mortal world. His steps were very steady, and every step he took seemed to have a biting coldness that made all living things crawl. This was the 20-year-old Xia Jinyuan meeting the 14-year-old Yi Qian today. To the two of them, this was just an accident. The mountain finally darkened, and the village lit up with dim electric lights. Although the village in the 90s was poor and backward, thanks to the army, it was the first village to have electricity. The night in the warm spring was still a little cold. The villagers put on thicker jackets and went to Aunt Chio's house to watch TV. As the only family in the village with a black and white TV, it was very lively at night. The villagers chatted as they watched the television. After a day of fermenting, Sun Dongqing's actions during the day became a critical meeting at night. Fortunately, she was not there. If she was, she would have jumped up. The owner of the TV, Aunt Chio, was still indignantly saying in the village, "Sun Dongqing is really not a good person. If I didn't happen to see her, she wouldn't even have the clothes that she brought to school on Monday. She would have locked her in the room all day long. That girl, you didn't see it. She jumped out and said that I was meddling in other people's business. I could see that this girl was actually quite powerful. Tell me, with Jian Yiling's taciturn personality, how could she be a match for the mother and daughter?" As Yi Qian listened, he closed his eyes and smiled faintly. In this life, change would begin from here. Even though the sky was dark, there was no light in Uncle Jen's house. Other than him, there was someone else in the house. It's good that you've caught them. Move those who should be moved as soon as possible. I'll keep an eye on the village. Uncle Jen, who was sitting in his chair, said slowly in a deep voice, "I'm old now, and I want to find a successor who can help me sometimes. Uncle Jen's eyes were like torches in the dimly lit room. I've already taken a liking to him. There's no need to trouble the team. A few barely audible breaths paused for a moment before someone said respectfully, "You can make the decision. If you need anything from the team, you can contact us at any time. It's getting late. We won't disturb your rest. Goodbye." The person who spoke stood up. There was a metallic luster on his shoulder that flashed in the darkness. "We'll be in the team tomorrow. We'll be waiting for your guidance. There are villagers trapping bamboo rats in the back of the mountain. Stay away." Uncle Jen didn't get up to send them off. Instead, he gave them a few reminders. After the few people in the house left, he stood up quietly. Chapter 23. The village chief, Zhang Difu, was having dinner when he saw Uncle General. His heart sank as he ran out to greet him personally. "Uncle, you could have just sent me a letter if you needed anything. Thank you for coming here personally. I want to tell you about Jian Yiling." Uncle Jen walked into the yard with his hands clasped behind his back. At 70 years old, he had carried cannons and walked out from piles of corpses. Even though he was old, he couldn't change the military prestige that was deeply rooted in his bones. The villagers didn't know what military prestige meant, but they were all in awe of Uncle General. Zhang Difu invited old man Jen into the house and asked his wife to leave first. He sighed and said, "Little Jian, I'm afraid you've suffered a lot of grievances that we don't even know about." "Uncle, it's my fault. I thought it would be inconvenient for you to take care of a girl, so I thought it would be better for you to take care of her aunt. She's her biological aunt, and she's also her aunt's." "Who knew?" Uncle Jen raised his hand and said, "It has nothing to do with you. It's your fault." This morning, Jian Yiling thought it through and said she wanted to come back. I've said it before. She was young, so I couldn't make the decision. But now, she asked for it herself, so it has to be done. She looks like a smart girl, as smart as her parents. She'll definitely become a talent if she's trained well. I won't go to Yijifan's place. You send her to school on Monday and find Yijifan. Tell him everything his wife has done." Uncle Jen's last sentence was spoken in an icy tone. Zhang Difu's heart skipped a beat when he heard it, and he was extremely flustered. He quickly agreed, Okay. If Jian Yiling wants to come back, there's no reason to stop her. But, Uncle, these years you... He didn't finish his sentence, as if he was addicted to talking. "I haven't retired yet. I go to the mountains from time to time." Grandpa Jen, who hadn't even had a sip of tea, stood up and tidied his clothes out of habit. He stared at Zhang Difu and said in a deep voice, "If Yijifan doesn't agree, tell him to come back to me. He sent her back the same way I sent her to his house back then." Zhang Difu felt that his forehead was covered with sweat. He couldn't stand it anymore. "Uncle, don't worry. You don't have to worry about this. I'll take care of it," Zhang Difu said anxiously. This was the second time he had seen Uncle Jen lose his temper. The first time was when Yi Qian's mother came home pregnant. The second time was when Yi Qian was kicked out of the house by Sun Dongxing. Zhang Difu wiped the cold sweat off his forehead as he watched Uncle Jen walk out of the house. He didn't even finish his dinner before he called Yijifan in town. He couldn't handle his uncle's temper. Yijifan, who received the call, didn't know at all that his wife had brought his daughter over. After hearing the news, his anger rose. "Brother Defu, I'll personally apologize to Uncle when I come back tomorrow. However, I'll have to trouble you to help me deal with Jian Yiling's matter. My deputy mayor, please don't make things difficult for me. Can I call you brother? I can't make the decision on this matter. Uncle said that you should send her back in the same way that he sent her to your house back then." Zhang Difu made up his mind not to interfere. Who was Uncle Jen? Did he dare to? Back then, when the army sent the banner over, although it was done secretly, he was still a village official. He knew a little about it. Chapter 24. Okay, I know this is hard on you. How about this? Let Yi Qian come over and talk to her. Yi Jifan's face was livid as he suppressed the anger in his heart. Stupid woman. If she dared to delay his promotion and wealth, he would not forgive her. When she received Yi Jifan's call, Yi Qian's heart clenched fiercely. When she left school that year, it was impossible that her uncle, the deputy mayor, did not play a part in it. After a clear hello, Yi Jifan's voice came from the other side of the phone. A few years ago, when she heard her uncle's voice, it was full of official tone. It was unlike now, when he still played the family card. Uncle, you told me not to mess around the moment you opened your mouth. Forgive me for needing to defend myself. I was wrongly accused by Auntie and kicked out of the house. This was something that the entire village saw. Me messing around. Uncle, based on your indiscriminate behavior, I don't dare to go back. Sorry, Uncle. Auntie Chiu is still waiting for me to go back for dinner. I'm hanging up. Goodbye. That home that did not belong to her, she would definitely not go back. Even if it was just a little bit closer, she would not be willing. That night, Yi Qian stayed at Auntie Chiu's house. She slept in the same room as her daughter, who was her classmate, Wen Li. She did not immediately go back to her own house. Since Grandpa Zhen had sent her a message, then she would wait for Yi Jifan to personally send her home. On Sunday afternoon, Yi Qian and Wen Li went back to school together. Although they were in the same class, they did not live in the same girls' dorm, so they separated when they entered the school gate. Yi Qian walked back to her dorm alone with her luggage. Although she had left the middle school campus for more than 10 years, she still remembered where her dorm was and where the school building was. Ying, you're amazing. She got first place again, and your cousin got last place again. Yi Qian had yet to enter the dormitory with his luggage when he heard the sounds of little girls playing inside. This voice. Yi Qian narrowed his eyes slightly. After thinking for a while, he remembered who the owner of the voice was. When she pushed open the dormitory door, Yi Qian was like a pause button, stopping all the laughter in an instant. Everyone looked at her. "Io, isn't this Yi Qian?" A girl in a red coat glanced at him and laughed. "You're the last in 10,000 years. You're famous in school now." They're both surnamed Yi, but why is there such a huge difference? In response to the little girl's provocation, Yi Qian placed his luggage on the upper bunk near the door. He turned around and looked at He Jiamin with a half-smile. "That's right. We both have the same surname, but why is there such a big difference?" Her bright eyes looked at He Jiamin as she answered. As for the meaning behind her words, anyone could understand what she meant. There were 2 other people in the dormitory who were also on Yi Ying's side. It couldn't be helped. Students with good grades were usually popular in school. For example, Yi Qian, who was last in 10,000 years, could only be friends with the second, third, or fourth last in 10,000 years. Coincidentally, the second last in 10,000 years was also in the same dormitory. However, he hadn't come to the dormitory yet. Yi Ying, who had a reserved expression and accepted the adoration of her classmates with a smile, heard this. Her palm-sized face turned pale instantly. Her eyes, which had been faintly proud of herself, were now flickering slightly. Chapter 25. But He Jiamin didn't know the inside story, so she couldn't tell. Hearing this, she raised her good-looking eyebrows. Her eyes were full of contempt as she chuckled, "So you're quite self-aware. Aren't you ashamed?" She turned around and smiled at Yi Ying, who didn't look too happy. "Ying, go back. She's much more pleasing to the eye than before." Wasn't she much more pleasing to the eye? She even knew how to admit that she was inferior to Yi Ying. Oh, and her hair was tied up too. As she looked, He Jiamin's gaze became a little strange. She stared at Yi Qian and raised her voice, "Let your hair down, quick." When she shouted, the two girls who were laughing with Yi Ying looked over. At first, they didn't feel anything, but gradually, their expressions changed. It was clearly Yi Qian in front of them, but it didn't seem like Yi Qian. In the past, Yi Qian was indeed quite good-looking, but she liked to keep her head down and let her hair down all day long. She was like a wooden person who didn't have any opinions of her own. She obeyed everyone's words, so it was inevitable that people looked down on her. In Yi Ying's words, she was her little pet. If she was told to go east, she would never go west. But now, Yi Qian had her hair tied up. Her eyes were clear and calm, and there was even a faint smile on her lips. She stood there gracefully. Even if she didn't smile or speak, she was still bright and beautiful. She was like a blooming flower. Her face was beautiful, and her eyes were like ice, making people unable to look away. This was not the Yi Qian they knew. It was as if she was a completely different person. The girls slowly pursed their lips. They didn't like it, they really didn't like it. "Yi Qian, make our beds." He Jiamin suddenly pointed at her bed and shouted, "Quick! I want to sleep." With her speaking, the other two girls' eyes flickered. They looked at Yi Qian as if they were watching a good show. So what if she was pretty? She was still being bullied. Yi Qian raised her eyebrows. Her calm eyes contained some coldness. She said calmly, "If you admit that you're disabled, I can be kind and help you." "You?" He Jiamin was so angry that her face turned red. Without thinking, she raised her hand and swung it at Yi Qian's face. Raising his hand, Yi Qian fiercely grabbed He Jiamin's wrist. He stared coldly at He Jiamin and said word by word, "You still want to bully me like before? He Jiamin, you can try." He swung his arm and pushed her forward, pushing He Jiamin down without any hesitation as she was caught off guard. Yi Ying and the other two girls, who had wanted to watch a good show, screamed when they saw her push He Jiamin down. Yi Ying was the first to stand up. She reprimanded him sternly, "Yi Qian, why did you hit him? Beat someone up? What a huge crime. Hit people." "Student Yi Ying, if this is called hitting someone, then you're wrong. I was just defending myself." Yi Qian laughed coldly. He glanced at Yi Ying, who was the embodiment of justice, and turned around to make his bed. He Jiamin, who felt that she had lost face, could not take this lying down. She got up from the ground and threw herself at Yi Qian. "Yi Qian, you dare hit me, you dare hit me." A delicate girl facing off against Yi Qian, who used to work in a security company. The outcome was clear, a shoulder throw, and she fell to the ground again. "I said, don't provoke me." Yi Qian clapped his hands and looked at He Jiamin, whose face had turned pale from the fall. He looked up and coldly glanced at the other two girls, who were so scared that their shoulders shrank back. "Tan Wei, Xia Sifeng, if you want to play tricks behind my back, I don't mind playing with you." Chapter 26. There had been no news of these girls ever since they graduated from junior high school. Yi Qian didn't really want to do anything to them. He just wanted to intimidate them. There was no need for him to do anything. Yi Ying helped He Jiamin, who was scared out of her wits, sit up on the bed. She looked at Yi Qian with a faint smile in her eyes. "You came at the right time." He just didn't know how his mother was doing. "Yi Qian, let's see how long you can be smug for." Yi Ying laughed coldly. Her eyes were not only smug, but also certain. She patted He Jiamin, who was crying with her head down, and said softly, "Let's let her be smug for a while. Don't worry, she'll cry soon." Her words revealed a lot of information. She wasn't afraid of Yi Qian finding out. Since she had returned to school, Yi Jian was already mentally prepared. Similarly, she also had an idea of how to deal with it. Why wasn't Ying afraid? It was because of her parents. The corners of his mouth curled up coldly as he looked at the overly confident Ying with dark eyes. The coldness in the depths of his eyes was faintly mixed with a trace of hostility. He gave Ying a cold smile and said softly, "All right, let's see who will have the last laugh." She was also confident. The difference was that Yi Qian's confidence was based on her own confidence. Seducing the teacher. How could such a big thing be just a show between Sun Dongqing and her mother? In the face of Yi Qian's faint smile and calmness that came from within, Yi Ying, who was secretly pleased, suddenly felt her eyelids twitch a few times, and panic gradually rose in her heart. Yi Ying clenched her fists and pursed her lips. Don't be afraid, don't panic. She had mom and dad, but Yi Qian, that damned girl, had nothing. What did she have to fight with her? What right did she have to fight with her? As long as Teacher Ku came forward to testify, she would be safe and sound. That damned girl's reputation would be ruined. She would have to live under her nose in the future. Thinking of this, Yi Ying's withered arrogance burned again. She looked away in disdain, lowered her head, and gently comforted He Jiamin. However, Tan Wei and Xie Sifeng didn't dare to stay in the dormitory. They found an excuse that they wanted to go back to the classroom to study and left in a hurry. In the classroom, there were already more than 20 students. More than 10 boys were gathered together, and it was unknown what they were whispering about. Sitting in the middle was a boy with pimples on the tip of his nose. He held a physics book in one hand, lowered his voice, and said mysteriously, "Guess what I found today?" A student writing a love letter to a teacher aroused the interest of this group of youthful boys. They stared at the boy who was deliberately trying to tempt them and said excitedly, "Fuck, do you still need to guess?" Of course it's a love letter, a love letter. Quick, let us see the love letter that Yi Ying wrote to the teacher. Her Chinese results are so good, so she must have written a lot of nice words. Come, read it out. We can use it for reference. Amidst the roaring laughter, the boy cleared his throat and read the love letter that Yi Ying wrote to the teacher. All the boys and girls in the classroom knew what it was. Wow, this love letter is so mushy. You are the blue sky, I am the white clouds, you are the mountains, I am a tree. Did Yi Ying write it? Why does it seem like she copied it from G magazine? Chapter 27. Tan Wei and Xie Sifeng, who had run into the classroom, were dumbfounded. They stood at the door of the classroom in a daze. They had heard every single word of the love letter. Zhang Bin. What nonsense are you talking about? Xie Sifeng's reaction was a bit faster. She rushed into the classroom and yelled at the boy who was reading the love letter, "Shut up. There's no way Yi Ying would write to the teacher. Don't accuse Yi Ying." The girl was thin-skinned, so she vaguely said the word love letter. How could there be a mistake? Who doesn't know Yi Ying's handwriting? Zhang Bin jumped down from the desk. He was the tallest boy in the class. Standing in front of the girl who was only 1.5 meters tall, Zhang Bin was already 1.7 meters tall. His height alone was enough to scare people. Why would I accuse her? These words are her handwriting. They can all testify. The boys laughed even louder. Ha ha ha, Xie Sifeng, you follow the class leader every day. Don't you know? Ha ha ha, you must know. Come, tell us how many love letters the class leader wrote to our teacher. You're talking nonsense. All of you shut up. What do I know? I don't know anything. When Xie Sifeng heard that she was involved, she couldn't help but feel anxious. She still wanted to argue, but Tan Wei grabbed her arm. Don't argue with them. Go back to the dorm and tell Ying. Tan Wei's face was pale. She didn't say anything to defend herself. Clearly, she knew something. The two of them quickly ran back to the dorm, but there was no one there. After asking the dorm next door, they found out that Yi Qian was called away by the teacher. Yi Ying accompanied He Jiamin to the town's hospital. In the principal's office, the teacher in charge of class 2-2, Teacher Ku, said righteously, "Principal, this kind of problem student can't stay in school anymore. She's so shameless at such a young age. If she continues to stay in school, she'll lead the whole class astray. Vice Mayor, I know you want her to stay, but I'm sorry. Ku will never accept a girl who would seduce a teacher." The principal, Mr. Ku, Yi Jifan, Sun Dongqing and her husband were all in the office. There was also Yi Jian who couldn't be left out. In the face of her homeroom teacher's reprimand, she had been indifferent since she came in. Her gaze was calm, and her posture was as straight as a pine tree. There was no trace of panic on her face, only an extraordinary calmness. When Sun Dongqing heard Teacher Ku's words, she quickly stood up and reprimanded Yi Qian. "Why are you still standing there? Hurry up and apologize to the principal. You're so young, but instead of studying, you're thinking about finding a boyfriend. You're trying to drive me and your uncle to death." She wanted to force Yi Qian to confess to the crime of seducing a teacher. "Principal Chen, this niece of mine has been an orphan since she was a child, so she lacks proper discipline. How about this, Teacher Ku? I'll transfer her out of your class, but she'll drop out of school. Principal, please make an exception. After all, she's still young, and our country has a 9-year compulsory education. Although she has made a big mistake, I ask the principal to give me, Yi Jifan, face and let her finish her junior high school here. I promise that I'll educate her well when she gets home. I'll make sure she doesn't cause any trouble for the school during her 3 years in middle school." Chapter 28. Teacher Ku of Grade 2, Class 2, was a 40-year-old female teacher. She was dressed very formally and looked like a model of a teacher. However, she had a son who spent money like water and was studying in the provincial capital. She had always doted on her son and sent almost all her money to him. She only kept a little for herself and her husband for food. No one suspected that she received red packets in private. Yi Qian did not suspect her in her previous life either. Until the middle school exams, she saw Sun Dongqing hand a red packet to Teacher Ku when she visited her home. Later on, she gradually understood why Yi Ying was so arrogant back then. It turned out that she had Teacher Ku's support. Yi Qian, who had been silent all this time, stepped forward and blocked Teacher Ku's path. His dark eyes held a faint smile as he looked at Teacher Ku, who was in a hurry to leave. He said calmly, "Teacher Ku, don't be in such a hurry to leave. I'm afraid you can't leave until I've resolved this matter." Teacher Ku could not accept being blocked by a student. She shouted angrily, "Yi Qian, don't you dare." "I don't dare. I just want to ask you to wait a little longer." Yi Qian smiled and turned to lock the door to the principal's office. After locking the door, it was time for the show to begin. Yi Qian was not in a hurry. His voice was slightly restrained as he said, "Principal Chen, I know you're from the military. You've emphasized to us that integrity and justice are essential to a person's character. And I've engraved that in my heart and never dared to forget it." The moment she spoke, Headmaster Chen was shocked. This little girl was very calm. She did not panic in the face of such a serious matter. Indeed. This is the foundation of being a person. I'm very pleased that you've engraved it in your heart. Although Principal Chen's expression was stern, his eyes were full of encouragement as he looked at Yi Qian. "Tell me what's going on." A little girl who was so calm that her eyes were calm and her every move was calm and unhurried. She had the charisma to make people trust her. Teacher Ku's expression changed slightly. She pursed her lips and said, "Principal, no student will take the initiative to admit their mistakes after making a mistake. Yi Qian, Teacher Ku, even if it's a death sentence, the court has to give him a chance to refute. This is your student, but he is also a student of our town's middle school. Deputy Mayor Yi, I don't want there to be any misunderstanding. Principal Chen interrupted Mr. Ku with a serious expression. He turned to look at Yi Jifan and said in a deep voice, if a student makes a mistake, the school will definitely punish him. But we will never wrong a student, especially when it comes to this kind of thing. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. Yi Qian spoke at the right time. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Yi Jifan secretly pull Sun Dongqing, who was about to stand up to speak. He sneered in his heart, but his mouth spoke slowly and calmly. First of all, I will never admit that I seduced the math teacher. As for confessing to the math teacher on Friday, Teacher Ku, I handed in the test paper with Zhang Bin at 2:45 in the afternoon. I walked to the school building at 2:50 in the afternoon. I went to Chaoyang to find Ying at 2:55 in the afternoon. I fell and fainted at 2:58 in the afternoon. And the math teacher left the school with Zhang Bin at around 3 o'clock in the afternoon. In terms of time, Teacher Ku, there's no way I could have gone to find the math teacher. Chapter 29. It was even more impossible in the past. Yi Qian smiled. Her facial features were bright and beautiful. She was a natural beauty. When she smiled, her bright eyes shone like pearls. I can tell you where I am every day. In the first month of school, I can tell you where I am and what I do every day. I can tell you. Oh, she was really good at blowing her own trumpet. Sun Dongqing couldn't hold it in any longer. She sneered and suddenly rushed forward. She said sharply, "Damn girl, you're still so stubborn." She rushed forward and waved her hand to slap Yi Qian's face. This was her habit. When she was unhappy, she forgot to hide it. Principal Chen had a military background. When he saw this, he reacted quickly. He slammed his hand on the desk and shouted, "Stop! You!" Amidst the sound of a chair being dragged, he stopped shouting and stood up to walk out. "Aunt, are you trying to force me to confess under torture?" Yi Qian put her hands on the back of the chair. She was the one who dragged the chair in front of her to block Sun Dongqing's slap. She smiled faintly and said, "How impressive. You dare to hit me in front of the principal?" Principal Chen walked out and waved at Yi Qian, indicating for her to come to his side. He then said to the silent Yi Jifan, "So this is what Deputy Mayor Yi meant by educating her properly. I've learned something new." He didn't stop his wife's actions, so there was an element of tacit agreement. However, he didn't expect that not only did he fail to hit her, but it also made Yi Qian even more unruly. If he couldn't do it the first time, he would have to plan again. Yi Jifan looked at Yi Qian and smiled apologetically at Principal Chen. "Principal Chen, we've embarrassed ourselves in front of you. My wife is just a little impatient. Dongqing, take a seat first. Let's listen to your niece's explanation." "There's no need to explain. If there's something that can't be explained clearly, it's better to let the witnesses come forward." Yi Qian ignored Yi Jifan's warning look and smiled faintly. "Next up, we might have to bother Principal Chen." Interesting. Principal Chen had said this to Yi Qian. He had asked him to name a date, and she would be able to tell him what had happened that day. This piqued his interest. It was normal for a person to be able to remember roughly what happened in a week, and remember clearly what happened in 3 days. However, for a person to remember everything that had happened within a month, what he had said, and what he had done. That was incredible. His memory could no longer be described as extraordinary. Teacher Ku, who had been humiliated by his student, sat down and sneered. A student who has never passed and is the last in class dares to boast so shamelessly in front of the principal. "I want to see how you're going to deal with this. Classmate Yi Qian, are you sure you want to do this?" Headmaster Chen looked at the little girl standing beside him with interest. She had always been calm and composed, and a smile appeared on his stern face. Yi Qian nodded and said with a smile, "Every word I said is true, not a single lie. Principal, please." She even cupped her hands in greeting. Principal Chen immediately laughed out loud. "Interesting. Then I'll draw a date." After laughing, Principal Chen gradually restrained his expression and his gaze became more serious. "Classmate Yi Qian, if this matter really gets out, I'm afraid it won't be good for you. You have to think carefully." Actually, Principal Chen already believed her in his heart. Chapter 30. It also made him believe that the so-called seduction of a teacher did happen. But it was definitely not Yi Qian. Yi Qian first invited a few students over. They were all students that she had met before and unintentionally overheard their conversation. Every student who was called in was confused at first and thought that they had gotten into trouble. Who knew that when Yi Qian asked them and clearly said what they had said at a certain point in time, a few of the students who had secretly spoken ill of the teacher were so scared that their legs turned to jelly. "I know what you all said at that time because I happened to pass by. I don't know anything else," Yi Qian explained with a smile. Immediately, the students whose legs had turned to jelly secretly heaved a sigh of relief. "So that's it. She scared them to death." They thought that she knew that they had spoken ill of the teacher. But it was also scary. There was still some time before the evening self-study session on Sunday afternoon. As the students and teachers who entered and left the principal's office changed again and again, Teacher Ku's face was already as white as paper. If she could still accuse Yi Qian of colluding with the first batch of students who came in, then the next few batches. What else could she say? "That day, you didn't answer the questions in math class, so you said something to Yu Jing." Yi Qian recounted what had happened on the 16th of March, the people she had met, and what they had said to each other. Yu Jing comforted Yu and said, "The questions just now were really difficult, so it's normal that you couldn't answer them." She also said, "There's a beautiful butterfly hair clip from the school's canteen, and she wants to buy it so that she can wear it on her birthday." Yi Qian's voice was soft and gentle. He repeated the conversation between the two girls on the way to the cafeteria without missing a word. The two girls were stunned and their eyes widened in shock. They were both scared stiff. Oh God. She. How could she still remember it so clearly? The girl named Yu Jing pointed at Yi Qian, then pointed at herself, then looked at her classmates. She was so shocked that she stuttered, You're too scary. I forgot what I said that day. You. Oh God, how did you get this brain? This way, I can still remember it." She wasn't the only one. The rest of the boys were already saying, fuck. Looking at the little girl who recited everything they said that day without missing a single word, "I fucking forgot what I said," but she actually remembered it all. The boy raised his hand and clasped his fist. "Classmate, I'm impressed. You can even remember this." Fuck. For 2 whole hours, a total of 16 groups of students came. Principal Chen was surprised at first, but now he left his office chair. Still in shock, he carefully looked at Yi Qian and said to the last group of students standing in front of him, "All right, you guys can leave first." The boys almost ran away. Oh my God, the girl inside. What is her background? What the fuck? He only had one head, but why did it feel like he had 10 heads? It was too fucking terrifying. What kind of memory is this? Yi Qian gently sipped his water and smiled at Principal Chen. "Do you want to continue?" There were a total of 17 groups of students just now. In order to avoid suspicion, I didn't call any of my classmates over. "No need, I believe you." Principal Chen was so shocked that he couldn't hold it in anymore. He looked at Yi Qian as if he had found a national treasure. Although he tried to make himself look calm, his eyes had already betrayed his current mood. I actually didn't know that our school had such a powerful person. Yi Qian classmate, have you been doing this on purpose these past few years? Teacher Ku, whose face was ashen, sat there in a daze. His eyes were already dull. Yi Jifan, on the other hand, glared fiercely at Sun Dongqing, who was scared out of her wits. He was a public official after all, so he could still say calmly, "It seems that my niece has been wronged. President Qin, I hope." Chapter 31. Yi Ying had no idea what was going on in the principal's office. She was helping He Jiamin back to school from the town hospital when the bell rang for the evening self-study session. The classroom of the second-year class was on the third floor. When the two of them appeared at the door, the noisy classroom instantly quieted down. Everyone looked at Yi Ying. A few girls who were not on good terms with Yi Ying had already started to chuckle. Their chuckles caused the quiet classroom to be filled with low buzzing noises once again. Tan Wei had already run over from his seat. He grabbed Yi Ying's hand and pulled her outside. "Ying, let's talk outside." Teacher Ko was not here yet. He had to tell her quickly. Yi Ying could not help but frown. She pursed her lips and asked, "What happened?" Why were they all looking at her with strange expressions? Something happened. Tan Wei looked anxious. He lowered his voice and said, "Zhangbin found that love letter somehow. He was called to the principal's office just now. Hurry up and go take a look." Love letter. Love letter. Yi Ying was only stunned for a second. When she came to her senses, her expression changed drastically. Her watery eyes widened and her whole body trembled uncontrollably. In the principal's office, Sun Dongqing was so angry that her whole body was trembling. If Yi Jifan had not held her back, she would have torn Zhang Bin, who had handed over the love letter, to shreds. "Auntie, I'm just telling the truth. Why are you glaring at me?" The love letter was written by Yi Ying. "It has nothing to do with Yi Qian. How can you accuse me wrongly?" Zhang Bin was not afraid of Sun Dongqing's gaze. He had been waiting for this day ever since Yi Qian came over and told him about it. No wonder Yi Qian was so miserable in class. It had something to do with Yi Ying's family. He dared to say it today because he was not afraid of Sun Dongqing scolding him. He spoke with the truth. He did not feel guilty at all. Zhang Bin's words made Sun Dongqing so angry that her liver hurt. She could not scold Zhang Bin, so she glared at Yi Qian and scolded, "How did our family wrong you? How could you do this to your sister and ruin her future? So Aunt knows that this kind of thing will ruin your future if it spreads." Yi Qian laughed mockingly. Ming Yan's facial features were as cold as ice. Her eyes were as dark as the night, and there was not a hint of emotion in them. "I happen to know that this kind of thing will ruin your future. Aunt, if you dare to ruin my future, it's useless even if you're my aunt." Her eyes were too cold, and there was a faint hatred that could not be removed. What? What? You still want to?" Sun Dongqing shouted even louder. Suddenly, she met Yi Qian's eyes. Her heart sank, and she couldn't bring herself to say those harsh words. Seeing this, Principal Qin could vaguely understand what was going on. Even a rabbit would bite when cornered. Yi Qian was clearly retaliating. Seeing Yi Jifan's dark expression, Principal Qin said in a low voice, "Zhang Bin, go back to the classroom first. Ask Yi Ying to come to my office while you're at it." He wanted to see how Yi Ying would explain herself. He hoped that this outstanding student's character was as good as her grades. When Teacher Ku heard this, her legs went weak, and she felt a bitter taste in her mouth. The principal wanted her to stay, and did not give her a chance to leave. Outside the door, Yi Ying took a deep breath and was about to knock when the tightly shut office door opened without warning. Yi Ying, who was still mentally preparing herself, was so frightened that she coughed. When Zhang Bin saw that it was her, he opened the door and strode out. When Sun Dongqing heard her daughter's voice, she rushed out and hugged Ying outside the door. Ying, you've been wronged. You child. She sounded like she was crying, but she quickly said in a soft voice, blame everything on that wretched girl. Don't say that you wrote the love letter. Don't worry, Mom and Dad are here. Chapter 32. Of course, Sun Dongqing knew her daughter well. She could hear the lie in her daughter's tone. Sun Dongqing's expression darkened. She said in a low voice, unless you want to drop out of school. Otherwise. Principal Chen didn't know Ying well, but he would first look at a person's eyes, then at the person. He had been secretly observing for a while. He smiled and tapped lightly on the love letter Zhang Bin handed over. He asked slowly, Ying should have an impression of this love letter, right? I have an impression of it. Ying lowered her eyes and clenched her fists. Her voice trembled slightly. I wrote it on behalf of Yi Qian. Principal, if you want to punish me. I didn't persuade my sister. Don't punish her. If you want to punish someone, punish me. Principal Chen gently closed his eyes. He had to admit that he was quite disappointed in this student with excellent grades. When he spoke again, his tone was rather light. Oh, then tell me why she asked you to write it. Why didn't she write it herself? Ha, Principal, you don't know. My niece's handwriting is like a chicken. She can't even write properly, so how can she write a good love letter? Sun Dongqing liked her daughter's calmness. That was how it should be. If her daughter didn't admit it, would the school force her to admit it? Under Principal Chen's gaze, Ying pursed her lips and nodded for a while. She didn't speak, but she had already agreed with her mother's words. Sun Dongqing couldn't wait to jump out and confirm her daughter's words. Principal, our Ying never lies. She's a very honest child. You can tell just by looking at her grades. She has excellent grades every year. Teacher Ke was already looking up and rubbing her temples. Ying was taking one step at a time. Who knew that an adult wasn't as steady as a child? You're good at studying. As for your character. Headmaster Chen paused for a moment, and his gaze became extremely sharp. Yi Jian, you ask him. I want to see who dares to wrong you with me here. This meant that they were completely on Yi Qian's side. Yi Ying, whose heart was thumping, suddenly had the urge to rush out of the door. In the tense atmosphere, she clenched her fists tightly, and her brain was spinning at high speed. Principal Chen had complete faith in Yi Qian, so she definitely couldn't do as her mother wished. Then, she abruptly turned around and looked at Sun Dongqing. Seemingly puzzled, she asked, Mom, you and Dad didn't come to school just because of a love letter, right? It's true that I wrote the love letter on behalf of Yi Qian, but it's normal for us little girls to write love letters in private and only show it to ourselves. Are you making a fuss over nothing again? Yi Qian had always known that she was a very scheming woman, but he did not expect the young Ying to ruin her mother's reputation for him. She didn't even recognize her own family. As expected of Yi Jifan's daughter. Sun Dongqing, who could not keep up with her daughter's pace, was dumbfounded. Before she could regain her senses, Yi Jifan slammed the table and stood up. Sun Dongqing, can you stop making trouble for me and my daughter? Isn't it just a love letter with the thoughts of a little girl? Why did you have to make such a big deal out of it? You made me think that my niece really seduced the teacher. Hearing this, Ying covered her mouth and exclaimed, seduced the teacher. Mom! What nonsense are you talking about? Ying, whose face was so shocked that she looked like she was about to faint, turned around and grabbed Yi Qian's hand. She hurriedly explained, Sis, you know how my mother is. She likes to shout about everything. Just ignore her. Chapter 33. Of course, Yi Qian had never thought of using this incident to bring Ying down. Fortunately, what she wanted was simple. She just wanted to make sure that this incident that would ruin her entire life never happened again. This time, Sun Dongqing vaguely understood. When she was at home, the family listened to her. But when she was outside, if she wasn't listening to her husband, then she would listen to her daughter. She rolled her eyes and said, "What? This. I'm so embarrassed, so embarrassed. I wanted to prevent my niece from going astray, but who knew that I'd misunderstood my own niece. I'm so embarrassed that I can't face anyone, Yi Ying heaved a sigh of relief in her heart when Yi Jian understood her so quickly. She held Yi Jian's hand and kept apologizing. Sister, don't be angry. I didn't keep it well. I didn't expect my mother to misunderstand. I apologize to you on her behalf. Can you forgive us? Sister, you're so kind. You'll definitely forgive us, right? Right? The corners of Yi Jian's mouth curled up slightly as he looked at Yi Ying, who was so anxious that tears were flowing out. He withdrew his arm and smiled faintly. He slowly said, "Look at you, you're doing it again. You're always forcing me to forgive you, as if I don't forgive you, I'm an unforgivable evil person. Yi Ying, don't use my kindness as a weapon to hurt me. Didn't you say that I seduced teacher? Do you dare to say that to your mother in front of Principal Chin? Do you dare?" Damned girl, she was forcing her to confirm with her own mouth that she, Yi Qian, had never seduced teacher. How is that possible? How could I say something like that? Yi Ying shook her head. Her tears kept flowing, and her small face was flushed red. She seemed to be really anxious for Yi Qian. That's impossible. How could you seduce teacher? Absolutely not. She then said to Sun Dongqing, "Mom, if you make a fuss over nothing, I'll never forgive you. Sister would never do something like that. Don't talk nonsense." Seeing this scene, Headmaster Chen's face turned gloomy. How heartless of a family to bully an orphan child. "Come, Yi Qian, come to my side." Principal Chen waved his hand and took down the fountain pen pinned to his chest. "Write a line for me. I want to know if your handwriting is so bad that you need Yi Ying to write a love letter for you." Yi Ying's face stiffened when her name was called out. Why did she have to ask the wretched girl to write? However, as for writing, she pushed Yi Qian and secretly gloated, "Sis, write well. Don't be afraid. You're innocent, I know it. It's all my mother's nonsense. I'm so angry. I'm not afraid, but I'm afraid that I'll embarrass you if I write it out." Yi Qian smiled coldly. Seeing the other party's frozen expression, he felt a wave of satisfaction. He took the fountain pen and wrote a line of words on the white paper that was spread out. His movements were as smooth as flowing water. He put down the pen and handed the line of words to Principal Chin. Yi Qian smiled and said, "Take a look. Do I still need Ying to write a love letter for me? To be honest, I really don't like her handwriting." Yi Ying, whose expression was stiff, turned pale. She secretly clenched her teeth. Chapter 34. Deputy Mayor Yi, who didn't want to say much due to his status, took the paper and looked at it. He felt that he had lost all face today. "You call this ugly? You call this handwriting from chicken scratch? Are you fucking blind?" Yi Jifan wanted nothing more than to slap the thin piece of paper in his hand on Sun Dongqing's face. He stood up with a cold expression and said to Principal Chin, "Principal Chin, I still have some work to do here. I'll have to trouble you with school matters." He stuffed the paper in his hand into his wife's hand and said through gritted teeth, "I fucking came out with you to make a fool of myself. And I even implicated my daughter." After he finished speaking, he turned and left. Yes, yes, yes. I really made a fool of myself today. I. Sun Dongqing opened the paper and was completely stunned. She couldn't even speak. At this moment, Ying saw that her mother had taken all the blame. She calmed down a lot, but when she saw that Sun Dongqing seemed to have suffered a huge blow, she started to worry again. Mom, don't blame yourself. Sister will. When her gaze fell on the paper, Yi Ying's eyes instantly widened. How could it be? How could this be written by Yi Qian? The paper gently floated down from her hand, and she saw a line of elegant words written on the pure white paper. The words were like the person. They looked beautiful and long, but in fact, they were slightly hidden and contained a sense of horizontality. Yi Qian reached out and gently caught the paper that was about to fall. He smiled at Yi Ying, who looked as if she had been electrocuted. Do I need you to write a love letter for me? Yi Ying, you're really ruining your own image. Stay here and explain to the principal. At that moment, Yi Ying wished that she could faint. It was better than being laughed at by someone she looked down on. Yi Jian, who had returned to the classroom for her evening self-study session, received the attention of the entire class. When she saw these unfamiliar yet familiar faces again, the smile at the corner of Yi Yinghan's mouth did not disappear. Everything would eventually pass. She didn't need to be afraid anymore. She didn't need to worry anymore. She had finally taken the most difficult first step. Sitting in his seat, his deskmate was none other than Zhang Bin. Thank you, Zhang Bin. Thank you for standing up for her and speaking up for her. In her previous life, she owed him a word of thanks. In this life, she must personally thank him. Yi Qian raised his head. His dark eyes held a clear smile as he said slowly and solemnly, "Thank you very, very much." Hey, Zhang Bin chuckled. His eyes clearly reflected Yi Qian's face, which was like a blooming rose, and still appeared to be a bit shy. You have changed a lot, he said in amusement. You look a lot better than before. It was a very sincere and pure compliment. Yi Qian's eyebrows curved into a smile. The water in his eyes was like a gurgling spring under the sun, dazzling and eye-catching. Thank you. Because of his help, Yi Ying's image was no longer as pure as ice and jade. The matter of her writing a love letter to the teacher would forever be a stain on her academic career. Don't mention it. I just can't stand her bullying you. Shoo, the teacher is here. The boy who spoke immediately sat up straight, not daring to lower his head and whisper anymore. Yi Qian lowered his head, flipped open his English book, and quickly immersed himself in his life as a student. The night gradually deepened. The lights in the school were turned off, and there was no sound of people. Occasionally, a few stray cats scurried by, making a somewhat frightening sound. After the meeting that night, Principal Qin, who had reported that the matter with Teacher Ku had been settled, didn't go to bed. He was still in the office and didn't leave. His gaze occasionally glanced at the silent landline, and then lowered to look at his watch. Chapter 35. It was the first time that Principal Qin, who absolutely obeyed the army's arrangements and stayed in the town's middle school, was absent-minded because of a student. Student Yi Qian from Class 2 shocked him, but also made him see a dazzling rising star. She didn't hide her ability. She stood at the forefront in a way that would make her classmates remember her. Such an extraordinary classmate, because she lived under someone else's roof, had to suppress her ability and carefully survive in the cracks. However, she still couldn't live in a corner. He really felt sorry for her. Forced into a desperate situation, she finally couldn't endure it anymore. She didn't hide her ability anymore. She appeared in a way that would make all the teachers and students remember her. He had to say that he was really grateful to Deputy Mayor Ye's family for forcing him. Otherwise, a bright pearl would be covered in dust and very likely be silent forever. The quiet phone suddenly rang, interrupting Principal Chen's thoughts. Principal Chen, who picked up the phone, lost the scholarly temperament he had during the day and gained a steel-like coldness. "I'm Chen Dongfeng." A steel-like cold voice faintly came from the phone. "I'll be there in 5 minutes." "Okay." Principal Chen hung up the phone, picked up the black coat on the office chair, and turned off the office lights. He, who was at least 1.8 meters tall, blended into the thick darkness. He walked directly to the back of the office building. That was the school's freezer, which was funded and built by the army. Everyone knew that the town's middle school specially built a freezer to store fresh meat, vegetables, and fruits in order to ensure the quality of the students' meals. However, no one knew that under the freezer was an oil depot transfer station. Logistics needed to be guaranteed. The army would never put all its eggs in one basket. Principal Chen had been the principal here for as many years as he had been guarding the freezer. No one knew that this middle school principal, who had a scholarly temperament and faint white hair at his temples, was a world-class sniper before he retired from the army. The soldiers who came here didn't know, but the deputy company commander who accompanied them knew. Not only was there a world-class sniper here, but there was also a 70-year-old first-grade sergeant major who even the chief would salute when he saw him. Jumping down from the front passenger seat, the deputy company commander trotted to Principal Chen, who had been waiting for a long time. He stood at attention and saluted without hesitation. "I'm here to disturb you again. Recently, the oil depot has been tight. The time it will take to replenish the reserve oil depot will be extended. When war breaks out, resources will be tight." Principal Chen briefly mentioned that Rwanda in 1994, Yugoslavia and Bosnia in 1995, these 3 wars affected the international community. In the past few years, the Chinese border has been guarded by a large number of troops to prevent people from taking advantage of the chaos to challenge the prestige of our country. Fujian Town was a town that had to be passed through when transferring weapons between the north and the south. The oil reserves and supplies had to be followed closely and could not be delayed. The oil depot was in the basement. It was pitch black down there, without a trace of light. In order to prevent the electric circuit from misfiring and causing danger, the oil storage depot didn't even have electric lights installed. The soldiers who jumped down to transport the oil used the lights on their helmets and quickly used the indoor loading and unloading truck to transport the oil tanks out one by one. About 20 minutes later, the truck started again and slowly left the school. Chapter 36. Regardless of whether it was in her previous life or now, her sleep was as light as ever. She would wake up at the slightest sound. But the good thing was that once she woke up and confirmed that she was not in danger, she could quickly fall asleep again. However, the refrigerated truck that came tonight was a little strange. It came with a full load of goods, and when it left, it was still full of goods. It was as if it had left without unloading the goods. Yi Qian turned over slightly, closed her eyes, and smiled. Not long after, she fell asleep again. Before 5:30 in the morning, Yi Jianjian had already washed up. She put on her school uniform and ran to the playground alone. The playground of the town's middle school was as big as 2 football fields. 14.5 laps around it was almost 12 kilometers. Her experience from her previous life told her that training required perseverance. With enough stamina and a strong body, she could protect herself in times of danger without relying on others. After 14.5 laps, the school bell rang, and there were already students on the field who had started their morning run. When Yi Qian returned to the dorm, he bumped into Xia Xifeng, who was about to wash her face and rinse her mouth. She was probably not fully awake yet. She yawned and said out of habit, "Hey, did you get us some hot water?" Just as she finished speaking, Xia Xifeng realized something and her face froze. Her eyes flashed with obvious fear, and she rushed out of the dorm. "Good morning." Tan Wei pursed his lips and greeted her in a low voice before leaving in a hurry. They used to be all high and mighty, but now they were like mice that had seen a cat. Yi Qian laughed and shook his head. He got some hot water to wipe his sweat, then took his textbooks to the cafeteria for breakfast. Look, that's the girl. Do you guys know her? What about her? She's quite pretty, and her skin is good too. She's the one I told you guys about last night. The girl with super good memory. Oh my god, now that I think about it, she's quite scary. After a few girls passed by, they whispered to each other. They were afraid that Yi Qian would hear them, so they lowered their voices to a whisper. Ah, it's her. She's really pretty. How come I've never heard of her before? Not only were the girls discussing her, but the boys were also discussing her. During breakfast, Class 2, which had not been alerted yesterday, learned about what had happened in the principal's office. When they returned to the classroom one by one, they saw the upper and lower grades discussing Yi Qian. They had mixed feelings. Good memory. He could remember the events of a month. Could she still remember every word spoken by everyone at that time? Why did it sound so scary? A boy in the class who usually liked to bully Yi Qian walked over with a steamed bun in his mouth. He sat down on Yi Qian's desk and said in disbelief, Yi Qian, what did we talk about last night? Yi Qian, who was reviewing Chinese, looked up from his textbook. He tapped his finger on the desk and said calmly, I don't like this behavior of yours. Please leave. Ying didn't come. You've become bolder. The boy chuckled and deliberately twisted his body to shake the desk. He said provocatively, so what if you don't like it? What do you want? It hurts. Let go, let go. His provocation instantly turned into a plea for mercy. Yi Qian stood up, grabbed the boy's index finger, and pressed it down forcefully. Chapter 37. Yi Qian had seen a lot of retired soldiers in the security company, even retired special forces soldiers. She had seen how they trained hard, how they fought, how they could kill with one move, and how they could gain the initiative in an instant. They were so outstanding that she could even see them on TV. From the age of 21 to 23, that was the happiest time of her life. At the same time, it was also the time when she learned the most. Only now did she realize that the hardships she had gone through in the past were actually blessings bestowed upon her by God. Does it hurt? It shouldn't hurt too much, right? I didn't use too much force. Yi Qian smiled faintly. Her bright eyes rippled like black stones. When I invited you, you didn't want to get off. You wanted me to stand up and invite you. When I stood up to invite you, you said it hurt. Liao Jian, you're really making things difficult for me. Listening to her clear and melodious voice that sounded like the gurgling of a mountain spring, her person, her smile, and her voice made people feel as if they were sitting beside a mountain and listening to the sound of the spring water. Was this really Yi Qian? Was this really Yi Qian? The Yi Qian they knew was overly docile, overly gentle. If you scolded her, she would just listen with a smile. If you scolded her, she would just listen quietly. She was like a puppet without a soul. She only knew how to obey them and had no opinions of her own. At this moment, Liao Jian's cries of pain made the students in the class realize that the Yi Qian they knew had disappeared. Under the bullying of the students, under the pressure of Yi Ying, the docile Yi Qian had disappeared. Yi Qian, you can be gentler, gentler. It won't be good for anyone if you break a bone. The other boys hesitated and spoke up. Looking at Liao Jian's finger that was bent at an odd angle, one or two of them felt pain in their own fingers. Yi Qian smiled as she looked at them. They were all from the depths of her memory. Whenever she saw them again, she would remember their names. They were also the boys who liked to bully her. 1, 2, 3, 4. Including the one in her hand, not bad, there were exactly 5 of them. He's the one in pain when his bones are broken, not me. What's wrong with me? Yi Qian exerted a little more force, and Liao Jian's cries of pain became a few decibels louder. The four boys who were still trying to persuade Liao Jian took a few steps back. Liao Jian was already in so much pain that his screams were endless. It's broken, it's broken. Let go, let go. Do you want me to invite you down again? Yi Qian knew how much strength she had used. Even if she tried again, she couldn't really break her classmates' fingers. Do you still dare to bully me in the future? Oh my God, who would dare to do that? He might seem easy to bully, and in fact, he was indeed easy to bully. However, once his temper flared up, it was truly unbearable. No, no, I swear, I swear. Fuck. Ah, it hurts, it hurts. Liao Jian, whose fingers felt like they were about to break, apologized profusely. Only when his fingers were about to go numb did he let go. With his fingers freed, Liao Jian swung his hand and looked over with a fierce gaze. Yi Qian, you. Fuck. Yi Qian, who met his gaze calmly, narrowed her eyes slightly. Her gaze was even fiercer than his opponent's. This made Liao Jian, who had said, okay, 3 times, feel his heart skip a beat. In the end, he reluctantly returned to his seat. Chapter 38. His father has some connections in town. Be careful. Zhang Bin came in from the back of the classroom and sat in his seat. He reminded him in a low voice, I heard that he has some connections in the city. My dad specifically told me not to provoke him in school. Zhang Bin's father was a police officer in the town's police station, so he had some connections in town. Yi Qian smiled calmly. I was just returning the favor. If he has connections, what can he do to me? That's true. After thinking about it, Zhang Bin quickly put his worries aside and asked with interest, you were so cool just now. Who did you learn grappling techniques from? With a father who was a police officer, Zhang Bin could more or less figure out what was going on. Yi Qian took out the math textbook that he needed to test this morning and placed it on the table. He flipped to the exercise page, lowered his head, and smiled. I didn't learn. I just looked. After looking, she could memorize it. Once she memorized it, she could learn it herself. She answered so casually that Zhang Bin was stunned for a while. He panicked and said, you can learn it just by looking at it. Can't you be a little more reserved? He had suffered another blow. The sound of neat footsteps came from outside the classroom. The two of them immediately adjusted their posture and sat up straighter than all the other students. The first to enter was Teacher Ku, and behind her were 3 soldiers in formal military uniforms. They looked cold and mighty. It was not strange for soldiers to often appear in school. Every year, they would come to the school several times to explain basic precautions to the students. However, the soldiers who came back this time made the students hold their breaths. The girls widened their eyes and stared unblinkingly at the young major who walked to the podium under Teacher Ku's guidance. He was so cool. Yi Qian did not expect to see Xia Jinyuan in his class again. He looked at him and lowered his eyebrows slightly. Sorry, I didn't inform you in advance and took up your morning self-study time. Xia Jinyuan took off his military cap and gently placed it on the podium. The solemn national emblem was facing the 62 students below the podium. I'll take 10 minutes of your time. I hope you can listen quietly while I speak. He took off his military cap, revealing his clear forehead. His elegant and handsome face had already stunned several girls who saw him. His voice contained the majesty of a soldier, and there was a hint of coldness in it. His gaze silently swept from the left side of the classroom to the right. When it passed by Yi Qian, it did not stop at all. It was as if he did not recognize him. His silent gaze made the students instantly return to their elementary school days. Not only did they straighten their backs, but they also put their hands behind their backs. Very good. Xia Jinyuan, who was able to intimidate his classmates with just one look, narrowed his dark eyes slightly and no longer emitted a cold light. He placed his hands on the podium and leaned his handsome body forward slightly. Slowly, he spoke again in a very magnetic tone. Today, we will talk about how to be more vigilant, how to detect people hiding around us, how to find out about the movements of the troops, and how to steal the troops. As he spoke, Yi Qian no longer lowered his head. Instead, he listened attentively and silently memorized every word he said. Chapter 39. Some countries have a huge intelligence system. They are not only active in their own country, but also in other countries. I hope that every student will stay vigilant and stay away from spies for the sake of the safety and prosperity of our motherland, as well as for our peace and happiness. Xia Jinyuan, who was standing on the podium, had a faint smile on his face when he spoke, but his eyes were deep and sharp. Even if he smiled slightly, you would never think that he was a gentleman. You would be able to tell at a glance that he was an extremely cold man. At the same time, he was also a very charismatic man. He was elegant and powerful, and his handsome face was elegant. When he smiled, his dark eyes were like the waves of the sea. When he was serious, they were like an ancient sword unsheathed. His movements and stillness were filled with an incomparable noble temperament. No one was more suited to wear a military uniform than him. The golden epaulets were luxurious and majestic, and the dark green military uniform was fitted to his body. His every movement exuded the military aura of a soldier. Perhaps it was because he was now facing a group of students. Yi Jian saw that he had concealed the cold and ruthless aura that had appeared between his eyebrows when he was arresting the criminals that day. He spoke calmly and calmly, hiding the cold and ruthless aura of decisiveness to kill. Even if they have killed people, they are still bad people. Looking at him, Yi Qian answered Zhang Bin calmly, they are soldiers. It is their duty to protect the country. They use guns to protect the country, and the people they kill are those who deserve to die. Captain Xia had an intimidating aura, just like the aura of the retired Special Forces soldier at the security company. Yi Qian absolutely believed Zhang Bin when he said that he had killed people. The two of them conversed in a low voice. Although they did not make any big movements, Xia Jinyuan saw everything. His gaze swept over them slightly and paused on Yi Qian's face for about half a second. His deep eyes darkened slightly. So this little girl is a student of grade 2 class 2. Although you are only students, you are the main targets of foreign spies. At this point, Xia Jinyuan's smiling eyes paused slightly in a certain direction. He held on to the podium and quickly made a gesture to the two soldiers' left hands. Yi Qian's gaze instantly froze. He followed the direction of his gaze and tried to use his peripheral vision to see who their target was. However, just as she was about to take a look, Xia Jinyuan suddenly called out a name on the stage. The third last female student in Group 5, can you answer my question about how many tests you usually use to lure students? Third from the bottom in Group 5. Wasn't that Yi Qian? The moment she was called out, the 60 or so gazes of the entire class all turned to look at her. They didn't quite understand why she had to be called out when there were so many students in the class. Yi Qian immediately realized that he was trying to prevent himself from looking over to avoid alerting the enemy. Under the gaze of the entire class, she stood up with a faint smile on her face and slowly answered, students looking for help, invitations for research, payment by piece. Most of the time, it's in these seemingly reasonable scenarios to open the curtain and lure students into the trap. Chapter 40. However, how would she know that this was a Special Forces hand signal? He timed the 10 minutes very precisely. He didn't need to look at his watch to know that the 10 minutes were over. If the students have any questions or find anyone suspicious, you can contact our team or the local police immediately. Sorry to disturb you, goodbye. He picked up the military cap on the podium and habitually patted the brim before putting it back on. The brim of the military cap covered his clear forehead, leaving only a pair of dark eyes that were as sharp and deep as an eagle's. When this pair of eyes swept across the students below the podium again, they paused briefly on Yi Qian's face. The other students didn't notice, but Yi Qian did. She smiled slightly and met his gaze calmly. Her petal-like lips moved slightly. "Hello, Captain Xia." What a bold girl, she even greeted him. The smile on his handsome face seemed to deepen. Xia Jinyuan nodded at Teacher Ku, who was standing next to him, looking a little dispirited. He politely said, "Sorry to disturb you." Then, under the gaze of all the students, he left with the two soldiers standing by the door. Although they only appeared for 10 minutes, Xia Jinyuan's influence was too great. As soon as he left, the sighs of ai could be heard continuously. Naturally, most of them were girls, who couldn't restrain their thoughts for a while. It wasn't until Teacher Ku slapped the blackboard on the podium a few times in warning that the girls who had yet to restrain their thoughts secretly stuck out their tongues and obediently picked up their books to prepare for the lesson. The first lesson is math. Listen up, if anyone dares to drag our class down again, copy the test paper 100 times and stand outside the classroom for a week as punishment. When the self-study session was about to end, Teacher Ku, who had been silent all this time, angrily said a few words before she left. Her gaze swept across the students who had been dragging the class down again and again, and lingered on Yi Qian's face for at least 10 seconds. It seemed that this sentence was only directed at Yi Qian. Yi Qian, who was flipping through his book, completely ignored the gaze that swept over him. No matter how she looked or stared, he did not take it to heart. The school's music broadcast was interrupted. Then came the slightly sweet voice of the third-year school's announcer, who spoke in Mandarin with a bit of a local accent. "Students from year 2nd class 2, Yi Qian, please come to the principal's office." "Students from year 2nd class 2, Yi Qian, please come to the principal's office." Teacher Ku, who had just walked to the door of the classroom, stopped in his tracks. There was a trace of hesitation on his gloomy face, and he quickly left with a cold face. Yi Qian walked briskly to the Principal Chen's office. After knocking on the door and entering, he saw Xia Jinyuan sitting in the guest chair, but Principal Chen was not there. "I'm the one looking for you." Xia Jinyuan looked up at the girl with sparkling eyes. His thin lips couldn't help but curl up slightly. Seeing that she was still standing at the door and had no intention of coming in, he waved his hand and smiled gracefully. "Come in, I have a few things to tell you." He had a wary look on his face. What did she think he was going to do? Yi Qian saw that he was treating her like a child and lowered his head to look at his 14-year-old body. He was indeed a little small. He was considered short in class. Chapter 41. It's not good for people who know too many secrets. Xia Jinyuan took off his military cap, and the smile on his face became clearer. "How do you understand hand gestures? Who taught you?" That handsome face with a slight smile looked elegant and gentle, but it made Yi Jian's nerves begin to tense up. He was smiling, but his eyes were extremely sharp, like a sharp blade that could split a person's soul in half, and could flash a cold light at you at any time. Yi Jian did not sit directly in the seat that he had designated. Instead, she sat on the guest chair that was closest to the door. Her expression was somewhat indifferent as she replied, "No one taught me. I just happened to see your movements." "Oh. That good. You just happened to see it and you know what it means." Xia Jinyuan raised his eyebrows, and his eyes darkened. His expression was still calm as he said, "You've changed a lot, but Uncle Jen is still protecting you." The 70-year-old first-grade sergeant major stood in front of the regiment commander. His vigorous voice resounded through the air as he told the regiment commander, "There is absolutely no problem with Miss Jian. She had the protection of a first-grade sergeant major and the appreciation of a world-class sniper. What other surprises could this little girl have for him? Grandpa Jen. Yi Qian moved his fingers, and his eyes became sharp. He stared at him and said coldly, "You're related to Grandpa Jen. Aren't you just suspecting me?" Not only was his temper bad, but it was also bad. Xia Jinyuan smiled and looked at her. He pondered for a moment, then said casually, "Relax, don't be so tense. We only have deep respect for Uncle Jen, and we will never offend him. I asked you to come here not because I suspect you, but because I want to remind you. Liao Jian, you can treat him like you normally do." This was the reason why Xia Jinyuan asked her to come over. He wanted to remind her so that she wouldn't get into trouble when she didn't know much about it. Although she was a little girl, she was calm enough to make him believe that she wasn't an impulsive girl who couldn't keep things under wraps. Yi Qian didn't expect him to remind her so directly. She looked at him with her dark eyes and asked, "Is he related to the people we caught in the mountains?" "So far, we've found out that he's related, but that's not something you should be concerned about." Xia Jinyuan didn't care about anything else. He reminded her again, and it didn't matter. "What you should be concerned about now is your studies. Just now, when I was retrieving Liao Jian's student file, I accidentally flipped through your results." The smile on his lips gradually deepened, and his gaze towards her was already filled with disappointment. "Student Yi Jian, you still have to work hard." He wasn't the only one who knew about his terrible results. Almost the entire school knew about it. Hearing it again, Yi Qian accepted it calmly. He smiled and said disapprovingly, "I didn't show my ability, so it's nothing." Yi Qian didn't even bat an eyelid at Xia Jinyuan's arrogance. He stood up with a smile and said, "If there's nothing else, I'll go back to the classroom. There will be a test later, so I have to prepare in advance." The little girl had a bad temper. He only tried to test her, but she immediately became stubborn. Even his last attempt to appease her didn't break the coldness in her eyes. Chapter 42. With the care of a first-rank sergeant major and the appreciation of a world-class sniper, as long as she did not lead herself astray, she would be able to carve out a bright future based on her own abilities. How many fathers of the generation dreamed of having a son born from a humble family? However, Deputy Mayor Yi did not know this. The bell for the first class rang. Under the accompaniment of Principal Qin, Xia Jinyuan led the soldiers to a jeep and left the town's middle school, heading towards the army. At this moment, Yi Qian had already started the first question of the math test. It was just a small test for the teacher to understand the students' learning progress over the past month. The invigilator was the math teacher of the class, a female math teacher who wore black-rimmed glasses and was dressed very seriously. She walked over as soon as Yi Qian started writing. Teacher Ku had just reminded her to pay more attention to Yi Qian. Did the homeroom teacher's reminder mean that the student might cheat? She walked over with a serious expression and saw Yi Qian holding a pen. She only paused for a moment before writing the answers on the test paper. In just a few steps, she had already written at least 5 questions. And what about the other students? They were still doing it on draft paper. Teacher Yang, who had expected better from Yi Qian, suppressed her anger and walked over. She did not speak immediately. Instead, she stood beside Yi Qian and stared at the test paper with a serious expression. After a few seconds, her serious expression shifted slightly. She looked at Yi Qian in surprise and saw that she had written the correct answers without using a piece of draft paper. Was she calculating in her head? Yi Qian looked up at Teacher Yang, who was standing beside her. She seemed to have understood something and smiled. She continued to bury her head in her writing. "It's a good thing that you can calculate in your head, but you still have to be careful so that you don't lose marks." Teacher Yang bent down slightly and gently reminded the smiling student, "After you're done, it's best to check it again." At this moment, Yi Qian had finished all the questions. Teacher Yang, who already knew the answers in her heart, had already given her full marks. She put away her test paper and called Yi Qian outside the classroom for a chat. When Xie Sifeng saw this, a contemptuous smile appeared on her face. So what if she changed? She was still an idiot who did not know how to do anything. What was there to be proud of? Humph. The students in the class were all used to Yi Qian handing in his papers in advance. They all had the same thought in their minds: Yi Qian will still be in the last place. It can't be wrong. Both periods of mathematics were spent on exams. Yi Qian, who had finished her heart-to-heart talk with Mr. Yang, was already resting in the dormitory. When the physical education class in the afternoon was cancelled, Mr. Yang came in with the math test papers from the morning. Under the nervous gazes of the students, he called out a person's name and asked him to come up and take the test papers. As usual, students with full marks report their results. Although Mr. Yang was strict, he was a teacher who cared about the students' self-esteem. Zhang Wenjin, 100 points. And Jiasin, 100 points. The first to announce their names were the top math students in the class. When they announced Yi Qian's name, no one took it seriously, as if they had made a mistake. Since Yi Qian was the last to hand out the papers, Teacher Yang kept her at the podium as soon as she went up. Teacher Yang pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose and looked sternly at the students with their heads bowed. He said in a deep voice, "This time, the focus is on Yi Qian. 100 points. I saw with my own eyes that she managed to finish all the papers within 30 minutes. Wipe the disbelief off your faces. Don't be so naive to think that Yi Qian can't do something you can't do. She has been working hard in a place you can't see." Chapter 43. Every teacher would assume that a diligent student must be very hardworking. Taking notes in class and doing exercises at home, all of them grasped the main points of the teacher's teachings and formulated a study plan. Therefore, Teacher Yang also took it for granted. Unfortunately, Yi Qian could only take out her math textbook, but she couldn't take out a single notebook. Yi Qian, who never liked to lie and would never lie about such trivial matters, shook her head. Under the ambiguous gazes of the entire class, she smiled calmly and said, "Teacher Yang, I'm sorry, but I don't have the habit of taking notes." She admitted it so honestly that her classmates couldn't help but laugh out loud. This time, they weren't laughing at her. Sometimes, the interactions between people were just that subtle. Just because Yi Qian embarrassed the teacher in front of all the students, many of the students who both loved and hated the teacher suddenly had a good impression of her. Teacher Yang looked stern, but she was an extremely broad-minded teacher. Hearing this, she revealed a faint smile that was almost invisible. "You're an honest one. You actually made it so that I can't educate those students who also don't take notes." With a hint of humor, the entire class was unexpectedly more harmonious than any other class in the past. After class, some of the students tried to strike up a conversation with Yi Qian. "If only you were like this in the past. We've been classmates for 2 years, and now I know you're actually like this." They were originally classmates, and they didn't have any grudges against each other, so a few casual words were enough to break the distance. A few girls surrounded Yi Qian and started talking to her one after another. As for Yi Qian, she cherished her new life as a student. She remembered those who had hurt her in the past, but she also maintained friendliness with those who had never done anything to her. "When I woke up from my sleep, it was like waking up from a dream. I thought through a lot." Sitting in the middle of the circle, she smiled and answered the questions in their hearts. The huge change from before to after was somewhat surprising, but so what? She was Yi Qian, and Yi Qian was her. If you're surprised, that's your problem. What does it have to do with her? The math class representative, and Jiasin, was a straightforward female student. She was also the first student to extend a hand of friendship to Yi Qian. Hearing this, a smile appeared on his handsome face. "You're finally back to normal after waking up from your dream. Congratulations, Yi Qian. Same to you. In the future, you don't have to worry every day about who will bully me today, and you don't have to lose bets until you have to eat breakfast for a week. Yi Qian raised her eyebrows and winked mischievously. She joked about the past, and it became a way to improve their friendship. And Jiasin laughed out loud when she heard that. So you knew about it. Ha ha ha, I lost for 2 weeks last semester. It's winter. Yi Qian, I've been getting breakfast for them for 2 consecutive weeks. Xia Xifeng, who was sitting next to them, looked at Yi Qian, who was like the moon surrounded by stars. She felt as if she had spilled a bottle of 5 flavors, and her face was full of discomfort. She slammed the math textbook in her hand on the table and walked towards Yi Qian with gritted teeth. Don't be so smug. What's so great about getting full marks? Who knows how much you copied? Humph, Ying Ying gets full marks every time. Chapter 44. Xia Xifeng, you're being unreasonable. And Jiasin frowned as she spoke. She had always disliked these girls who always bullied Yi Qian. After a few times, she realized that Yi Qian was willing to do so, so she stopped bothering. Xia Xifeng, who was in a fit of anger, glared at Jiasin, who was blocking her. It's none of your business. Get out of my way. Xia Xifeng used a little too much force. And Jiasin, who was caught off guard, was pushed backwards. Just as she was about to hit the desk, a pair of slender hands caught her firmly. Go back to your seat. I'll handle it myself. Yi Qian steadied her. His smile had completely turned cold. He stood in front of the furious Xia Xifeng and said coldly, it seems like last night's lesson wasn't enough. Do you think this school is your own home? Xia Xifeng's father was a contractor. Her family had some money, so she usually looked down on others. She never cared about the consequences of her actions and only wanted to feel comfortable. When she saw Yi Qian stand up, she instinctively took a step back. Just as she was about to take another step back, Yi Qian, who wanted to return the favor, raised his hand and pushed Jiasin back the way she had pushed Jiasin. Crash! Bang! Xia Xifeng's wobbly hands moved the desk and chair. Even so, she still fell on her but in front of her classmates. Xia Xifeng was stunned by the fall. She stared at Yi Qian in disbelief. She actually dared to push her in front of her classmates. Yi Qian. Xia Xifeng, who felt humiliated, shouted angrily. She stood up angrily and rammed into Yi Qian like a madwoman. Who was Yi Qian? He was someone who had worked in a security company for a few years. Her way of ramming into him was undoubtedly asking for humiliation. She was crazy, but Yi Qian wouldn't go crazy with her. He dodged to the side and pulled Jiasin, who was standing behind him. He smiled as he watched the crazy Xia Xifeng fall forward. He couldn't bear to watch any longer. He closed his eyes slightly. After hearing an even louder plop sound, he slowly opened his eyes. An extremely cold light flashed across his jet-black eyes. Xia Xifeng, who had lost her face again and again, cried on the desk throughout the rest of the music class. She cried until the end of class. You were so cool just now. I didn't expect you to push her back. After class, Jiasin, who walked out of the classroom with Yi Qian like a buddy, put his arm around Yi Qian's shoulder and said with a bright smile, to tell you the truth, if you didn't push it back, I would have stood up and pushed it back myself. She had a very straightforward personality. No wonder she had always disliked Yi Ying. Yi Qian chuckled and said, there's no reason to give in to her. When it's time to make a move, of course, we have to make a move. So, you angered your sister so much that she ended up in the hospital? She's still staying in the hospital, but you're enjoying yourself today. A man's cold voice suddenly cut in with a hint of anger and hostility. The voice was a little unfamiliar. The person was also a little unfamiliar. Yi Qian looked at the boy with his hands in his pockets. His gaze was cold. He was dressed differently from the rest of the classmates. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Oh." Then he remembered who he was. Gao Yang, the top scholar of grade 3 class 1. He was from Sky Town Middle School last semester. It was said that someone saw him being sent here on the first day of school. Chapter 45. Gao Yang, who came from the provincial capital, was different from the boys in town. He was extremely handsome with a hint of arrogance. He liked to wear jeans of various colors, a t-shirt, or a sports jacket. He had an arrogant aura that other boys did not have. His expression was also cold. When he saw the teachers, he nodded as a form of greeting. "Are you mute?" He frowned impatiently. When he met Yi Qian's gaze, a trace of disgust flashed across his eyes. He looked away and said coldly, "I'm going to see Ying now. You're coming with me." Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and said with a half-smile, "If the school didn't forbid students from dating early, I would have thought that you were her boyfriend. Aren't you afraid of being called to talk? Stop talking." Even the brave and Justin was frightened by Yi Qian's audacity. Damn, dating, boyfriend. How could she dare to say it out loud? Yi Qian gave her a reassuring smile and said softly, "It's okay. Just listen. My relationship with Ying is not for you to tell me anything." Gao Yang's lips were pressed tightly together. The disgust in his eyes was so deep that he could not hide it. His voice was changing, so if he raised it slightly, it would sound gravelly. He also realized this and immediately lowered his voice. "She's been crying. You're the older sister. Shouldn't you go and see your younger sister? Student Gao, right? May I ask, what does it have to do with you if I don't go and see her?" "Even if it does, it's not for you to say anything," Yi Qian retorted with a faint smile. She really did not like this student Gao. However, Ying did have many suitors in school, and Gao Yang was one of them. Probably because he was not used to Yi Qian's change, Gao Yang's handsome face instantly darkened. He reached out and blocked Yi Qian's path. "Stop right there. If you stop me one more step, I'll call you molestation right now." Blocked again, Yi Qian's eyes suddenly turned cold. He looked up and stared at him with his dark eyes. "Student Gao from the provincial capital, you should know what molestation is." And Jessin felt her legs go soft, and so did her hands. Seeing the boy's gloomy expression, she pulled Yi Qian, who was so daring that he wanted to go to heaven, and their bodies pressed against the wall. They quickly moved away. "You scared me, scared me." And Jessin's face was pale with fear. She patted her chest and stared at Yi Qian blankly. She was a courageous girl, but now, she was frightened by her boyfriend, puppy love, and molestation. Her heart was beating wildly. She was just a high school student. At most, she would say that someone was good-looking or had good grades. Even if she had some ulterior motives, she would definitely hide it well. Unlike Yi Qian. He even dared to say molestation. Yi Qian patted her shoulder. His faint smile was like a gentle breeze blowing through the treetops. His ink-like brows were filled with joy. "He won't molest you. Gao Yang is still a good boy." The girl, who had just caught her breath, was once again choked by Yi Qian's shocking words. "Student Yi Qian, don't say anything. Let me catch my breath. Let me catch my breath." If she didn't catch her breath, she would really be scared to death. "You understand. What are you afraid of?" Yi Qian's eyes were clear. He smiled like water. "You know the difference between a boy and a man." And Jessin rolled her eyes. "I know, but don't say it out loud." Then, she laughed out loud. Chapter 46. On the fourth floor of the school office building, Principal Chen walked out of the office with a white-haired old man as he said, "Uncle, don't worry. I will take good care of Yi Qian. You don't have to worry. I will take care of everything." The white-haired old man was wearing an old-style military uniform from the 1970s. Even though he was old, his footsteps still carried the air of a soldier. Even a world-class sniper had to be respectful in front of Uncle Jen, who had enjoyed a lifetime of special benefits from the country. "I feel guilty towards her. I hope you can teach her more." Uncle Jen sighed softly. "This child is smart. She is a good seedling. You can give her some pointers from Monday to Friday. When she gets home, I will give her some pointers. It will be easier for her in the future. At least, it would be easier for her than her mother." Principal Chen paused on his right foot as he walked down the stairs. He said happily, "It seems like I have the same idea as you. But I still have to observe this child's results. However, I heard from Teacher Yang that she got full marks on her math test today. Maybe I am just worrying for nothing." Speaking of this, Headmaster Chen's face darkened slightly. "Deputy Mayor Ye's family is too outrageous. Do you want to give them a warning? They are enjoying the glory that sister brought to them, but they are treating Yi Qian so harshly. Bad people have bad people to deal with. I am old. I don't really want to care about the outside world. I just want to nurture Yi Qian into a talent." Yi Qian, who was already playing badminton with her classmates, did not know that Uncle Jen had specially come to the city for her. He had a 2-hour-long talk with Principal Chen and also developed a very strict training program for her. After the evening self-study session, Yi Qian was called to the principal's office for a talk. This made Teacher Ku, who was the messenger, so tired that she was even a little scared to look at Yi Qian. She was called to the principal's office for no reason. What if she made things difficult for her in front of Principal Chen? Even though there were only 2 pieces of paper, Yi Qian felt as if they weighed 1,000 pounds. Her eyes were fixed on the first few words. After a while, she looked up and smiled bitterly. "Principal, you really think too highly of me." The 4-year plan was developed just for her. Just this kindness alone was as heavy as a mountain. Her eyes were slightly red. Even her voice was a little hoarse. "You think so highly of me." Really? Girl, you don't have to thank me. I'm the same as your grandpa General, we're both loners with no descendants. You should learn well so that our efforts won't be in vain." Headmaster Chen smiled and patted her on the shoulder. He was a teacher, a friend, and an elder as he sincerely taught her. In life, one should be indomitable. No matter if you are a man or a woman, you must live up to your conscience and be able to carry the sky. You are a good child. Let bygones be bygones. Walk the path under your feet. If you are happy, smile. If you are sad, look up at the sky, look around you, and look at the world. Fight for yourself. You are also responsible for your life. Do you understand? Chapter 47. To live up to the heavens above and the earth below. She did not have that much self-awareness yet. She only hoped that she could live up to the teachings of her 2 elders and live up to their expectations. Go back to the dorm tonight and calm down. After self-study tomorrow night, go straight to the school's back door. I'll pick you up. She knew that the road ahead was difficult, but she was fearless. Principal Chen admired this kind of Yi Qian. If she wanted to go far and stand high, she could only rely on herself. This child had a clear mind. Principal Chen admired Yi Qian's self-improvement. In the face of the current, she also maintained a calm mentality. From how she handled Yi Ying's matter, it could be seen that she was very clear about the severity of the situation. On Tuesday night, Yi Qian began his first training. Yi Qian, I'm a sniper. What I can teach you is all the experience I've accumulated in my career as a sniper. You still have a choice now. Retreat or advance? I'll give you 1 minute to consider. In the dimly lit training room, Principal Chin stood in the darkness like a leopard roaming in the night. Even though his voice sounded old and weathered, it was impossible to ignore the murderous aura around him. Sniper, under the dim light, Yi Qian's entire body trembled slightly. It turned out that this seemingly amiable principal was actually a sniper. No wonder he exuded a murderous aura that made people feel fear from the bottom of their hearts. He pursed his lips and suppressed the trembling in his heart. His calm gaze was like an ancient well without ripples in the dim light. He said calmly, "There's no choice. I can only advance. I will never retreat." Good. From now on, there's no turning back. Principal Chin nodded. Standing with his hands behind his back, he began the first training session in a low and serious voice. Snipers are the grim reaper in the eyes of the enemy, but in the eyes of their comrades, they are heroes. They are the most outstanding comrades. They go deep into the enemy's camp alone and use the guns in their hands to win the first victory of the war. Yi Qian, you better be mentally prepared. The snipers I train will not stay in peaceful countries. They will go deep into the front lines of any country and complete the mission given to them by the country. Since he wanted to train this lass well, the training program he came up with was so harsh that it would make a soldier's scalp tingle. Yi Qian, who was listening intently, had already adjusted his breathing. Under the cold gaze of Principal Chin, he pursed his lips, straightened his back, and listened intently. In the recruit assembly camp in town, the cold-eyed Principal Chin began the first step of his 4-year plan. A sniper not only needs accurate marksmanship, but also a strong body and an iron will. He was a sniper, so other than teaching Yi Qian how to use the various sniper rifles, he also had to train Yi Qian's stamina and willpower. In addition to implementing sniping concepts and mastering the weapon system, professional sniping training also requires you to learn a lot more. During the training process, unless you really collapse, you have to grit your teeth and persevere until the end. Yi Qian listened intently and nodded solemnly. Under the calm surface, her blood was boiling. "I'll listen to everything you say. I won't back down." Chapter 48. Do you understand? The last sentence was as merciless as metal, a stern command. Yi Qian did not pause for a moment. She held her head high and answered firmly, "Understood." Under the hellish training of a world-class sniper, this day became the most difficult beginning of Yi Qian's life. After 10 minutes of warming up, she stood still in place. She was not only standing, but she also had to answer the number flashing on the training field. While answering, she was not allowed to move her body. If she moved even the slightest bit, an ant would be placed next to her neck. 34, 27, 870,994. All the number flashes were controlled by AI. In 3 seconds, 4 to 5 numbers would appear at the same time, and the maximum number would be 7. From 1 to 100, Yi Qian had to answer correctly in the blink of an eye. This was to train Yi Qian's reaction and observation skills to her surroundings. It was also to train Yi Qian's willpower and concentration. The firing time of a sniper rifle is 0.22 seconds. After 0.22 seconds, either your bullet will pierce the enemy's forehead, or the enemy's bullet will take away your soul. If you want to survive, basic training is the first step. Because he was concerned that Yi Qian was still a child, Principal Chin did not use the real thing at the beginning of the training. It was like ants crawling into a person's neck. This was child's play. Even ordinary soldiers would encounter it when they were in hiding. After standing for an hour, Yi Qian's concentration did not waver because of the passage of time. Instead, she became more and more focused. By the time the number flashes appeared, she had already called out the exact serial numbers from beginning to end. Left 187, right 591. Over. Not only was her concentration high, but her reaction was also at an excellent level. Principal Chen, who had a folder in his hand, scribbled on it, recording Yi Qian's performance on the first day of training. Basic training and sniper training were carried out simultaneously. After 2 months of intensive basic training, he would let Yi Qian touch a real gun, a loaded gun. From Tuesday to Friday, Yi Qian was an ordinary student during the day. At night, he would become a sniper in training, constantly learning and strengthening himself. In just a few days, the changes from inside to outside were obvious. Her clear and beautiful face was no longer delicate. She was no longer a budding flower, but a pine tree that could withstand the scorching sun and the torrential rain. That kind of change was not something that could be seen at a glance. It was like the spring rain that moistened things silently. By the time you noticed it, everyone would have already gotten used to Yi Qian. Yi Qian, who had returned to the village after Zhou Weiwei, ran down the mountain. He slowed down and walked step by step until he reached Uncle Jen. It's an improvement from last week. You're 3 minutes faster. Not bad. Uncle Jen took a puff of his hookah and put the stopwatch in his pocket. He looked at the hard-working girl in front of him and said in a kind voice, "Don't rush it. Let's take it slow." Chapter 49. It's good that you understand. Learn from Principal Chen at school. He's very capable. Grandpa is old, so there's not much I can teach you. Grandpa Jen put the hookah on his waist and smiled at Yi Qian, who was wiping his sweat. Let's go. I'll take you to a nice place. You'll like it. Yi Qian quickly put the towel around his neck and picked up the bucket of water. He followed Grandpa Jen with steady steps. His laughter was clearer than the birds in the bamboo forest. Where are we going, Grandpa? You haven't had breakfast yet. Shall we go back and cook some noodles? No need. There'll be food when we get there. Put the bucket down. We'll bring it back tonight. Grandpa Jen walked with a smile. The 70-year-old man walked in the mountains with steady steps. Even the young men would admit defeat. The back of the mountain was a large bamboo forest. The morning mist shrouded the forest, making it look like paradise on earth. Grandpa Jen stopped in front of a cellar used by every household in the village to store sweet potatoes. He ordered Yi Qian, "Girl, open the door of the cellar." For as long as Yi Qian could remember, there was a cellar in his house. But he didn't expect this. There was a completely different world behind the cellar. Be careful. Don't be afraid. Follow Grandpa. Walking in the dark tunnel that seemed to lead deep underground, Yi Qian touched the dry stone walls with both hands. The shock in his heart was no less than the shock he felt when he was reborn. He also understood how those soldiers came to the house from time to time. It turned out that they all went through this long tunnel in the mountains and directly entered the village without alerting any of the villagers. The tunnel was quite long. After walking for about half an hour, Yi Qian could faintly see the entrance of the cave. Half an hour. It was a few thousand meters long. Such a large project, yet the villagers didn't notice. Close your eyes for a while. Don't let the light hurt you. Standing at the entrance of the cave, Grandpa Jen reminded Yi Qian kindly, "Open your eyes in 3 minutes." When Yi Qian got used to it and opened his eyes again, he saw the troops hidden in the depths of the mountains. They were close at hand. After coming out of the cave, they walked down the mountain. Another half an hour later, they arrived at a road paved with asphalt. Beside the road, there was a white banner with red words, "Restricted area for troops." 400 meters away, there was an iron-tipped protective net. Behind the net was an iron-tipped gate. Inside and outside the gate, there were 4 armed soldiers standing guard. He then looked into the depths of the forest and saw the sentry post hidden in the depths of the trees. This place was heavily guarded, and under Grandpa Jen's lead, he was actually able to enter so easily. The soldier with the gun walked over and saluted Uncle General. It was a routine check of his identity. The sound of a car came from the front. A very ordinary car came from afar and stopped steadily in front of the sentry post. The left and right car doors opened at the same time. As the car soldier handed over his ID, the young soldier who jumped down from the front passenger seat strode out of the sentry post towards Yi Qian. "Grandpa Jen, you're here." The young soldier in the military uniform smiled and saluted Grandpa Jen. "I'm afraid I have to go back on my promise from last time. The school called me urgently and I need to go back. I can only come back later." Chapter 50. Yi Qian's dark eyes narrowed slightly when he walked over. She stood beside him without saying a word. Xia Jinyuan, who was talking to Uncle Jen, secretly glanced at Yi Qian and frowned slightly. Why does this little girl like to shrink back whenever she sees me? Could it be that he had really scared her that day at school? Sure, of course. Xia Jinyuan replied to Uncle Jen with a faint smile. He glanced at Yi Qian again and said politely, "Uncle, I'd like to have a word with Yi Qian in private. Is that okay?" Uncle Jen wasn't surprised that Xia Jinyuan knew Yi Qian. After all, the little girl was the one who helped arrest the 3 suspects. Under the old man's smile, Xia Jinyuan smiled as he looked at Yi Qian, who was staring at him coldly because of his words. His thin lips were already slightly curved. Under the morning sun, the handsome face under the military cap looked even more noble and elegant. Even when he smiled, there was a hint of laziness in his smile. "Student Yi Qian, I still have a few words to tell you about the school. Please. Go ahead, little girl." Xia Jinyuan swallowed the words that were about to come out of his mouth. Instead, he turned around and walked in the direction Xia Jinyuan was pointing at. She didn't like to have too much interaction with this kind of dangerous man. She couldn't see through him, and she was used to keeping a distance from people she couldn't see through. "I'm sorry for my probing at school that day, but I hope you can understand our position," he explained in a low voice. His low voice was elegant and luxurious, like the sound of the strings of a zither. "You don't have to be afraid of what I'll do to you. There won't be any surveillance. Afraid?" It seemed that this major had misunderstood. Yi Qian raised his head and looked at him with clear and fearless eyes. He smiled and said calmly, "Captain Xia, you've misunderstood. I'm not afraid. I just don't want to have too much interaction with you. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave." Without waiting for his reply, Yi Qian turned and left. Xia Jinyuan did not think too much about it. His slender and strong hand had already grasped Yi Qian's delicate shoulder, preventing her from leaving without any explanation. "Girl, your temper is really bad. Why is it completely different from what Uncle said?" He smiled helplessly. "Uncle is already looking at us. Are you sure you want to listen to me with your back to me?" At this moment, Yi Qian only had one thought in his mind, and that was, to take down this major. After thinking about it for a moment, he realized that it was impossible for him to do so. In the future, she could give it a try. "If you have anything to say, please say it all at once, Captain Xia." "Thank you." When he turned around, he skillfully swung his shoulders. His whole body was like a fish, and he escaped from Xia Jinyuan's control. After nearly half a month of training, coupled with Yi Qian's talent, she had learned a lot. Her nimble movements made Xia Jinyuan raise his eyebrows. He smiled slowly and looked at her quietly with his dark eyes. His handsome face was solemn and cold. "Listen carefully, Yi Qian. We have already confirmed that there is a problem with Liao Jian's parents. Liao Jian is the same. Please help us keep an eye on his movements in school." Chapter 51. Yi Qian wasn't stupid enough to ask him why he chose her. Since he chose her, he must have his reasons. After listening quietly, she nodded. Okay, I'll keep an eye out. She paused for a moment, then said, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Goodbye. She said goodbye as she turned around. She left as soon as she said goodbye. She didn't hesitate at all. Xia Jinyuan raised his hand and adjusted the brim of his military cap. The faint smile at the corner of his mouth was like a gentle breeze, so light that it disappeared in an instant. This little girl. Does she see me as a scourge? He jumped into the car that was already driving over. From the rearview mirror, he saw the backs of the old man and the young girl gradually moving away from him until they disappeared. The sound of the car finally disappeared among the trees. When Yi Qian entered the military barracks, he turned around to look at the winding mountain road behind him. All he saw was lush green trees. Under the blue sky and white clouds, birds flew and left behind a graceful shadow. As soon as he entered the barracks, whenever he encountered a soldier, they would stop and salute Uncle General. Their words and actions were full of respect. Yi Qian obediently followed Uncle Jen's footsteps. He didn't look or ask anything, as if he was a frequent visitor to the barracks. He wasn't curious at all. Fifth Company, arrange for the soldiers to come over tomorrow night. Have the squad leader prepare a list of names. I want to test them. Standing in front of the soldiers, Uncle Jen's expression was extremely serious. Every word he said was an unquestionable command. Suddenly, a series of consecutive gunshots rang out in front of them. Yi Qian, who had his head down, suddenly looked up. As the gunshots rang out one after another, his heart trembled with the sound of the gunshots. It was as if something in the depths of his body had suddenly awakened. It wanted to break through the restriction and fiercely hit the ground. It's gunshots. The soldiers are hitting targets. Uncle Jen, who had signaled for the soldiers to leave first, looked sideways at Yi Qian and smiled. I'll show you the shooting range later. Today, I'll take you to another place. Their destination was also in the direction of the shooting range. They didn't stop until they reached a barracks where soldiers were standing guard. This was a restricted gun room that normal soldiers could only enter twice a week. Familiar with, understood, precise, and professional. The forward banner was hung right in front of the gun room. All the soldiers entering and exiting could see it as long as they raised their heads. The moment he entered the room, Yi Qian's dark eyes lit up like a small flame. When a normal person saw the rows of pitch-black steel spears that were suffused with a cold light, a sense of fear would have already quietly risen from the bottom of their hearts. But Yi Qian only knew that his blood was boiling. It was a thirst for power. It was an urgent desire to touch them. He turned around and looked at Uncle Jen behind him. His clear voice trembled with excitement. Grandpa, can I touch them? There was a cry that came from the depths of his heart. It kept calling him to walk over, reach out, and pick up the rows of guns that were gleaming with a dark cold light. Chapter 52. She finally knew what it was that wanted to break through the restriction in her body. It was a desire to become stronger and more perfect. Ha ha ha, aren't you afraid, little girl? Uncle Jen laughed as he looked at the little girl whose eyes lit up when she saw the gun. His wrinkled face was full of smiles. These are all guns, real guns that can be used once they are loaded with bullets. They are not the toy guns you have seen before. Yi Qian shook her head and smiled. I'm not afraid. Principal Chen taught me that you can only truly control a gun if you develop feelings for it. Let it become your helper, a helper that can save your comrades in times of danger. He's right. Before you develop feelings for a gun, you have to understand it first. The little girl's eyes were filled with excitement, but there was no sign of fear. Uncle Jen saw this and laughed in his heart. He walked to the front of the rows of steel guns and casually picked up an assault rifle. As he quickly disassembled it, he energetically said, N70AB2, Russian Kalashnikov AK-101 assault rifle, NATO 5. 6mm ammunition. It was designed by the former Soviet Union's famous gun designer, Kalashnikov, commonly known as a submachine gun. Uncle Jen dismantled the gun very quickly. At the same time, he used special tools. In less than 5 minutes, the assault rifle was dismantled by him into a pile of parts. How many parts did I dismantle just now? Uncle Jen pointed at the scattered gun parts on the table and suddenly asked, "Give me a number." From the moment he picked up the gun, he was already in the middle of training. Yi Qian pointed at the parts on the table. Her clear black eyes contained a faint smile as she said, "This is the last part that you put down. This is the 47th part that was dismantled. This is the part that you dismantled at step 74. Grandpa, you dismantled a total of 80 parts. Am I right?" Not only was he right, but he was very accurate. After half a month of teaching, Yi Qian had already developed the ability to enter the training state at any time. Whether it was Principal Chin or Uncle Jen, they loved to ask questions suddenly. Uncle Jen laughed again and said, not bad at all. While observing, you are also better at understanding. The 47th part is the recoil spring lock. When the bullet is fired, the bolt will lock the thinnest part of the gun so that the gun won't return to its original position. Thus, the gun can continue to fire continuously. The 74th part is called the gun buckle. Its function is. As Uncle Jen picked up the parts one by one and explained them one by one, Yi Qian, who had zero knowledge of the gun structure, began to understand it. For the whole day, Uncle Jen kept dismantling the guns, while Yi Qian kept repeating how many parts each gun had and what they were used for. Assault rifles, shotguns, semi-automatic pistols, manual rifles, revolvers. Not only had she touched a series of firearms, but she had also disassembled them herself. She had a deeper understanding of them. Revolver, ejector lever, central spring, rebounding block lever, camera body. Yi Qian mumbled as she walked towards the classroom with her textbook in her arms. She recalled the knowledge she had learned yesterday and this morning over and over again in her mind. Chapter 53. And Jesin chased after Yi Qian from behind. She had already called out to him several times, but there was no response. She couldn't help but feel worried. Just as she was about to catch up, Yi Qian sensed something and looked back. He happened to see the worry on her face clearly. "What's wrong? You don't look too good." "No, I called out to you 3 or 4 times, but there was no response. I got mad." Yi Qian's smile was still bright and beautiful. There was no change in his expression. And Jesin secretly let out a sigh of relief. "Sorry, I was studying and didn't hear you." Yi Qian saw her expression and calmly waved the book in his hand. He smiled and said, "Once the holidays are over, the midterm exams are coming up. I have to hurry up and study." There was no time at night, no time on Saturday, and no time on Sunday. She could only squeeze in time to study for the entire semester. That's right, Yi Qian was studying for the entire semester, not just what he had already studied. And Jesin's worries were swept away. She giggled and said, "Okay, it just so happens that I also need to study. After the evening self-study session, let's each do 10 questions in the classroom before we go back to the dorm." She waved the test papers in her hand and looked at Yi Qian with a pleading expression. "Do me a favor and finish this test paper with me. My mom bought it." "Was this what you were worried about?" Yi Qian took the 2 sets of test papers from her hands and casually flipped through them. He smiled at her and said, "These are very simple questions. What's there to worry about? Listen, Ying, listen. Some people just don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." Xia Sifing's cold voice came from behind her. She mocked, "Does she really think she's that great?" And Jesin stopped in her tracks. She tugged on Yi Qian's sleeve and said in a low voice, "She took half a month off. Isn't she afraid that she won't be able to keep up? She's the one who thinks she's infallible. She was referring to Ying, who took 2 weeks off. Based on my understanding of her, taking half a month off is definitely not a break. Yi Qian didn't turn around. He smiled faintly and said, Teacher Ku has to leave the school during the lunch break. He even brought along the math teacher from class 3. Guess where the 2 teachers are going? And Jessen immediately thought of something and exclaimed, It can't be. Of course. So, classmaten, work hard. Yi Qian raised his eyebrows and smiled, ignoring the stares coming from behind him. Ying had always been smart. How could she lose her final advantage in school? At this moment, Ying coldly retracted her gaze. At the same time, she pursed her lips tightly and lifted her chin slightly. She said to Xie Sifeng, Why do you care about her? What will happen to arrogant people? That's right. What would happen to an arrogant and complacent person like her? Yi Qian, who had walked to the door of the classroom, turned around and smiled at her. The corners of his mouth curved into a cold sneer. Yi Ying, I will crush your pride with my own hands. Their gazes met. They were like fire and water. Yi Ying, who only dared to return to school after half a month of peace, secretly gritted her teeth. No matter how angry she was, she had to endure it. After a series of suppression, Ying finally understood that from now on, Yi Qian would never listen to her obediently. And she could no longer threaten Yi Qian with words like, If you dare to do better than me, I'll kick you out of my house. Chapter 54. There was still half an hour before the evening self-study session. Most of the students in the class had arrived. They gathered in groups of 3 to 5 and had endless topics to talk about. Yi Qian and Jessen entered the classroom. A few students who had gathered to discuss the test immediately said, Did you do the last geometry question? It's so difficult. I can't do it at all. Don't ask me. I didn't do it. And Jessen put down her bag and said domineeringly, I don't know how to do it. I didn't do it. It's that simple. No way. You didn't even do it. Yi Qian can do it. Look for her. And Jessen took out the test paper and said loudly to Yi Qian, who was still in his seat, There's still half an hour before the evening self-study session. Let's talk about how to solve this question first. Her voice had always been loud. Even the students who were messing around could hear her. They all stopped and looked at Yi Qian. A student laughed and said, Yi Qian, come, teach us. You're much more generous than Ying. Every time Ying was asked to teach her, she had to put on airs. She would either say that she was still thinking about it or that she didn't have time now. Yi Qian was different. As long as she was asked, she would answer patiently even if she had something to say. Yi Ying, who had just come in after adjusting her emotions, heard this sentence. She almost lost her composure. When the student who said this saw her, his gaze drifted. He smiled awkwardly but didn't explain anything. It was the truth. He wasn't spouting nonsense. Yi Ying, who had taken half a month of leave, could only endure it. She sat down with pursed lips and accepted the greetings from her classmates. Only then did a smile appear in her gloomy eyes. Thank you for your concern. I didn't want to take half a month off because of a small matter, she said with a smile. There was a faint smile on her beautiful face, just like before. There was nothing different. When Xie Sifeng heard this, she immediately said, What do you mean by a small matter? My mom said that you went to the city for a checkup and found a problem with your heart. She also said that it's difficult to treat and can only be nursed. You can't be too emotional. She also said that you can't even run. What? A problem with her heart. It's so serious that she can't even run. The students who heard this were stunned. Some of them could not help but put their hands on their chests. When they looked at Ying again, their eyes were filled with pity. However, Jiasin didn't believe him. She wrote down the formula on the paper and said softly, "Are you serious? You only found out now that you have a heart problem." Her mother was a doctor in the town hospital, so she knew a little bit of medical knowledge. So what if it's true or false? It has nothing to do with us. You're wrong here. You have to use this formula to calculate the area of the shadow first. Yi Qian smiled faintly. He did not take her matter to heart. Heart problems. Pfft. I can't be too agitated. If anyone mentioned the love letter in front of her, it was very likely that she would have a heart attack. Suffering from heart disease was indeed a very good excuse. This kind of lie, which no one would verify, was probably Yi Jifan's doing. The students in the class all expressed their concern. After Yi Qian and the others finished discussing the test paper, they all went to Yi Ying's side to greet her. Yi Qian was no exception. When she walked over, Xia Sifeng blocked her like a mother hen protecting her chick. She said in a sharp voice, "What are you trying to do?" She was not the only one who was nervous. The other students also had some thoughts when Yi Qian walked over. After all, Yi Ying treated her like that in the past. Chapter 55. Look, Daddy still has a way. Who would dare to say anything now? Even if the damned girl told her classmates, who would dare to say it to her face? Who could bear the responsibility of a heart attack? The provocation in Yi Ying's eyes was too obvious, so obvious that Yi Qian could see it. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, and a cold light flashed in her dark eyes. She walked up to Yi Ying. Yi Ying's heart tightened when she met her cold gaze. Suddenly, she saw her raise her hand, and her whole body tensed up. She dodged and shouted, "What are you trying to do? Why are you so nervous? Relax." When the students thought that Yi Qian was going to do something, she raised her hand and patted Yi Ying's shoulder gently. She said in a clear voice, "Take care of your body. Don't get angry so easily." Phew. So she didn't want to hit Yi Ying. Yi Ying, who knew that she was being played, forced herself to hold it in. She replied with a fake smile, "Thank you for your concern. I'll take good care of myself." Yi Qian pursed her lips and smiled. Her eyes were already curved. How can someone as young as you compete with her? So what if you have parents? You're digging your own grave. Under everyone's gaze, Yi Qian leaned over and whispered into Yi Ying's ear, whose whole body was tense, "Let's take it slow. Don't be so nervous. You're only halfway through your 3rd year of middle school." Her voice was so soft that it was almost inaudible, but it made Yi Ying feel as if she was being stared at by a beast. The hand that was still on her shoulder felt like it weighed 1,000 pounds, making it difficult for her to breathe. Looking at Yi Ying, who was trembling in fear, the smile on Yi Jian's face deepened and her eyes shone even brighter. She calmly retracted her hand and looked up at the students with a smile. "Class is about to start. You're dismissed." She was so easily frightened. Hopefully she didn't get a heart attack. The students didn't know that the two sisters were secretly fighting. Seeing that they were still chatting and laughing, they didn't think much of it and returned to their seats when the bell rang. After Mr. Ke came in, his eyes swept over Yi Ying's face. He walked to the podium and said with a serious expression, "Students, due to health reasons, Yi Ying from our class." Now that the teacher had said it himself, Yi Ying's heart disease was confirmed. The next day, even the students from the next class knew about it. However, Gao Yang was the only one in the class who cared about her. The rest of her pursuers had silently asked their classmates from Class 2 to care about her. Handsome and tall, he walked into Class 2's classroom with an indifferent expression. Miraculously, the noisy class fell silent for 3 seconds. Walking to Yi Ying's side, he frowned and said in a deep voice, "I'll take you to the province for a checkup during the May Day holiday. Your complexion looks rosy, how could you have congenital heart disease?" Her honesty almost made Yi Qian laugh out loud. She looked at the flustered Yi Ying with interest. She covered her mouth and said coldly, "My business has nothing to do with you. Leave now. My uncle is the director of the provincial hospital. There are still 8 days before the May Day holiday. Think about it before replying to me." Not only did she reject him, she even pointed at his nose and asked him to leave. Gao Yang, who had always been cold and arrogant, endured it. He said something in a low voice and turned to leave. The director of the provincial hospital. Yi Ying's pupils contracted. So his family had such powerful connections. She regretted her harsh tone just now. Yi Qian looked at her small face. One moment she was smiling, the next she was annoyed. He suddenly found it funny. He looked away indifferently and buried his head in the sea of books again. Chapter 56. It was still slightly chilly at night before the May Day holiday season, especially when it was raining, which made it even colder. Yi Qian had been standing in the rain for half an hour. Among them, there was a wolf dog that was chained to a leash. It was growling less than 10 centimeters away from her, and its growls made her heart tremble. A sniper's ambush can sometimes last a few hours, and sometimes it can last a few days. You never know when you'll encounter danger. Accept fear, get used to it, and overcome it. This is a necessary psychological quality for a good sniper. In the heavy rain, Principal Chen's steely voice cut through the rain. He had spent his entire life training Yi Qian. Be on standby and ambush 24 hours a day. You'll face wind and rain, lightning, blizzard, and scorching sun. Learn to ignore the effects of nature and the environment on you. That way, you won't waste a single bullet. The rain was getting heavier, but his words were like a heavy drum in the rain that struck Yi Qian's heart. If you want to see the rainbow after the storm, you must first be able to withstand the baptism of the storm. Yi Qian stood motionless. The wolfhound treated her as an intruder and growled madly. The chains rattled as if it would break free and pounce on her in the next second. It wasn't that she wasn't afraid, but that she was afraid and had no way to retreat. If she swayed even a little, she would be pricked by the steel needles at her feet and bleed. In Principal Chen's words, if you retreat, your comrades will be the ones bleeding. Remember, once you pick up a sniper rifle, you have no way to retreat. You must complete the mission beautifully and eliminate the target. If you don't want to bleed or sacrifice your comrades, then you must become stronger. After an hour of standing in the rain, Yi Qian felt as if her legs didn't belong to her anymore. Principal Chen walked over with a towel and slowly squatted down. He looked kindly at Yi Qian, who had fallen into the rain because of her weak legs. He said slowly, word by word, "Girl, you chose your own path. Walk it with blood and tears in your eyes. Only then will you be able to welcome your peak." He gently placed the towel on Yi Qian's head and sincerely taught her, "You will be brighter than a flower in a greenhouse. You will grow little by little under the sun. Without your parents to protect you, believe me, my child, you will live a more exciting life than anyone else." Principal Chen had already heard about what happened during the day. He had been silent for a long time before he added tonight's training. He was telling Yi Qian that she was different. You relied on your own 2 hands to get what you want. That is your true ability, and no one can replace it. Yi Qian, who had caught her breath, raised her head. Her eyes were as bright as a mirror after being washed by the rain. They were so clear that they could reflect the beauty and ugliness of everything. Raising his hand, Zhang Xian wiped the rainwater off his face. Under the gaze of the elder, he smiled and said, "I will persevere on, not for anyone else but for myself. Don't worry, I, Yi Jian, will never give up halfway on the path I've chosen, nor will I let difficulty surpass me. With a sharp sword in hand, she would cut through the difficulties, cut through the thorns, and walk on a broad path. Headmaster Chen laughed out loud and said, "Good," 3 times in a row. He stood up and said, "Good child, you are fearless and magnanimous. Ying is no match for you." Chapter 57. Principal Chen thought for a while, then nodded with a smile. "If that's the case, then all the more you have to work hard. Go change in the hot water room. I have something to do in the front. Tonight's training will end early." She had been in the rain for an hour. After all, she was still growing. If she rushed it, it would hurt her body. When Yi Jian came out of the hot shower, she saw Headmaster Chen talking to a middle-aged man in his 40s in the training room. He was wearing a short-sleeved shirt and a pair of perfectly ironed black trousers. He was talking in a low voice. "Come, girl. Let me introduce you to this uncle." Principal Chen waved at Yi Qian, who had already put on her school uniform. "There's something I'd like to ask your opinion on. What do you think?" The middle-aged man was obviously from a military background. He smiled and sized up Yi Qian. After nodding slightly, he said to Principal Chen, "I've been observing you for a while. This child is indeed a hard-working one." Yi Qian hurried over and greeted him politely, "Uncle." Then, she heard him say with a smile, "Just now, Headmaster Chen said that it's not very convenient for you to live in the dormitory now. If you go back at 11 o'clock every night, it will more or less affect your classmates in the dormitory. See if you can consider moving out." "Move out?" Yi Qian was stunned. She had indeed considered moving out. Especially after seeing Ying today, she wanted to move out even more. She hadn't thought of a plan yet, but Principal Chen had already arranged it for her. The feeling of being cared for and cared for by an elder was really good, really good. "I've thought about moving out, but now I'm still thinking." Before she could finish, Yi Qian suddenly looked up at Principal Chen, then at Uncle Yang. Her eyes were filled with joy. Principal Chen knew that she had guessed it. He laughed and patted the middle-aged man's hand. "Commander Yang, I'll have to trouble you to take care of this child for the next 1.5 years. You're too polite. It's rare that you need our help. This matter is settled. As long as the child is willing, you can rest assured on our side." Battalion Commander Yang repeatedly waved his hands. He was ashamed to accept Principal Chen's gratitude. "She's staying in a room with a separate bathroom and balcony. She's still a student. How about this, I'll add a bookcase and a desk lamp for her tomorrow. What do you think?" "You arrange it, you arrange it." Seeing that Yi Qian had considered everything thoroughly, Principal Chen was even more relieved to let Yi Qian live alone in the recruit assembly camp. Not only was it safe here, it also wouldn't attract any attention. Yi Qian didn't know how many times his eyes reddened. He bowed deeply to Battalion Commander Yang. "Thank you, Uncle Yang. I won't cause you any trouble." Before he could bend his waist completely, Battalion Commander Yang's strong hand had already reached out to stop him. He said in a low voice, "You're too polite, kid. Remember, we soldiers are indomitable. Straighten your back." More than one person had told Yi Qian that no matter what, he had to straighten his back and never bend his waist easily. By the time he returned to school, it was already 11 at night. Yi Qian gently pushed open the door to the dorm. Dai Qing's brows furrowed slightly. In order to make it easier for the dorm management teacher to check on the dorm rooms, all dorm rooms were not allowed to be locked from the inside. But tonight, it was locked from the inside. Chapter 58. Yi Qian didn't knock on the door. His dark eyes stared at the closed door, a cold smile spreading from the corner of his mouth to the depths of his eyes. "Very good. She's starting to make small moves as soon as she comes back. Without knocking, he turned around and went straight to Injesen's room. What? Lock the door. How dare she? Injesen's face flashed fiercely under the covers. She gritted her teeth and said, "She's a piece of trash. She's been picking on you since she came back." Yi Qian wasn't angry. Instead, he raised his hand to support his head and laughed softly. "It's a good excuse to move out of the dorm." "No, it's an excuse to move out of the school." Since Yi Qian had a dorm that was convenient for his training, he listened to Principal Qin and moved out after class tomorrow. He would use the night self-study time on sniping lessons. And Jesen was immediately interested when she heard this. Move out? Really? Does that mean I can come out to find you more often? Classmaten, wait until I move out, Yi Qian sneered, closed his eyes, and murmured, "It's getting late. I'll get up early tomorrow and go jogging." "TCH, you're lying." And Jesen saw that she wasn't excited at all about moving out. She snorted, turned over, and quickly fell asleep. In the dorm, Ying was still waiting for Yi Qian to knock on the door. She didn't expect that when she went to sleep, it was still quiet outside. When she opened the door the next day, she saw Yi Qian and Jesen walking over from the washroom with a basin in their hands. Their hair was wet, and they brushed past each other. They didn't even look at her. She didn't return to the dorm until 11 at night for the past few weeks. What could she be doing? Ying stared at the figure that was getting slimmer and slimmer. Even her figure seemed to have grown taller. Yi Ying's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly, and a dark, cold light flitted across them. "You're asking me where Yi Qian goes at night? If she doesn't go back to the dorm after class, where else could she go?" Liao Jian glared at Xie Sifeng, who had taken the initiative to look for him. His eyes turned slightly, and his face, which had a few pimples, suddenly revealed a ruffian smile. "That's simple. You pay, and I do the work. How about it?" When Xie Sifeng heard that there was hope, she immediately said, "How much? We're all classmates. You won't ask for too much, right? Don't worry, 10 yuan is nothing to you. It just so happens that I also want to know where she went when she returned to the dormitory so late at night." Liao Jian's eyes darkened and his face revealed a look of resentment. That brat had embarrassed him in class that day. He had been waiting to settle this score with her. Leaving school at night, that's easy. At this time, Yi Qian was already in the teacher's office. He told Teacher Ku that he was moving out of the school and that he had been locked out of the dormitory last night. Teacher Ku, who had wanted to say more, immediately shut her mouth. She snorted coldly and glanced at Yi Qian provocatively. "Fine, you can sign this letter of commitment yourself. If anything happens, it has nothing to do with the school or the teachers." Moving out. If an undisciplined girl were to come into contact with some bad people outside, it would be too easy for her to learn bad things. Yi Qian glanced at it and signed his name without hesitation. He maintained a polite smile and said calmly, "Teacher Ku, don't worry. I'll take good care of myself. I won't cause any trouble for the school or the teachers." Chapter 59. Her etiquette was impeccable, and her grades were improving day by day. This gave Teacher Ku, who wanted to teach her a lesson from time to time, no chance at all. In the afternoon, Yi Jian really packed up her luggage and quilt. She left the school alone with a very big woven bag in her hand. She didn't even look back. And Jesen was holding her textbooks for her and followed behind her like a fool. She still couldn't believe it until she walked out of the school gate. She said blankly, You're really out. You really moved out." She always thought it was a joke. Of course it's true. Didn't I tell you last night? Yi Qian moved her luggage to a common three-wheeled passenger car in town and said to Jesen, who was still in a daze, "Hurry up and get in. It won't be good if your name is recorded." And Jiasin hurriedly put the bag containing her textbooks on the car and rubbed her face before replying, "You did a good job." Just now, Yi Ying's face was so twisted. How could it not be twisted? If she wasn't in the dorm, Yi Ying wouldn't have an excuse to talk bad about her in front of her classmates. "I don't care about her right now, and I don't want to deal with her. I just want to study hard and get into the provincial high school. It's a waste of my time to argue with her. Since she couldn't directly kill her and kick her out of school and leave her with nothing, why waste her energy?" After Yi Qian finished speaking, she nimbly jumped onto the car and waved at Jiasin. Then she took her luggage and moved into a brand new place. People came and went after school, so Yi Qian's departure didn't attract much attention. Only Liao Jian, who had a lollipop in his mouth, looked at the leaving tricycle with a cold smile. He walked to the motorcycle that picked him up and patted the back of the young man with the green tattoo on the back of his hand. "Brother, let me introduce you to a hot chick. She's my classmate." "How hot can your classmate be?" "There are 2 chicks from your province in the restaurant." Their chests bounced up and down as they walked. "Brother will take you to Lele." Brother Fei was a famous hooligan in town and had a good relationship with Liao Jian's father. He often took Liao Jian to have fun. As soon as the motorcycle started, it left behind a trail of black smoke and disappeared into the school gate. Yi Qian, who was no longer restricted by accommodation, began to improve by leaps and bounds. That kind of improvement surprised even Principal Qin. Yi Qian became even more infatuated with sniping the moment he touched a gun for the first time. It was the infatuated bullet that flew unstoppably and hit its target. He was infatuated with the joy of defeating himself again and again. During the entire May Day holiday, Yi Qian followed Principal Qin and Uncle Zhen to practice again and again in the deep mountains and forests. He gritted his teeth and endured the hardships again and again. Target is 470 meters away, hit between the eyebrows. After putting away his sniper rifle, Yi Qian carried his gun and jumped down from the tall tree. He hugged the tree trunk and stepped on the branches. When he reached a certain height, he jumped down from the tree. Her face was covered in green paint and she wore a helmet that didn't quite match. Her palm-sized face looked especially small and delicate. Principal Qin picked up the straw man target and walked over the bushes. He removed the empty bullet that was shot between the straw man's eyebrows and handed it to Yi Qian. "Keep it well. It is also a witness to your growth." Chapter 60. Yi Qian's improvement could be described as godly. The more he taught her, the faster she absorbed. Principal Qin and Uncle Zhen had privately discussed this with each other many times. At the same time, they had more confidence in Yi Qian. Principal Qin opened up the foldable table and signaled for her to sit down. Under the scorching afternoon sun, he began to teach her sniping theory. There were too many things a sniper needed to learn. From learning how to move stealthily to setting up a firing position, from accurately reading a map to taking aerial photos of a battlefield. Even the ability to enter and exit a position while hiding were all things Yi Qian needed to learn. A year and a half in junior high was enough for Yi Qian to absorb all this knowledge that would benefit her for the rest of her life. Only shoot once. Remember, there must not be a second shot. Don't give the enemy a chance to find out where the bullet came from. You only need to shoot once and disappear after hitting the target. Then you'll win on the battlefield. The first shot is a matter of life and death. You need to observe the direction of the wind, the weather, and the visibility. If you shoot from a long distance, the wind's speed and the bullet's gravity will change the bullet's trajectory. If you miss the first shot, the target will be alarmed and discover your presence at the same time. The second shot is very likely to be from the enemy's side. Accurately calculate the shooting range, wind speed, and bullet's trajectory. Then complete it based on your feelings. As Yi Qian listened to Principal Chen's teachings, her slender hand gently stroked the sniper rifle she borrowed from the army. Her oily face was solemn and cold. She had already begun to show the coldness that a sniper should have. At night, Uncle Jen would take her to the army's armory to identify the guns, ammunition, and quickly assemble them. At the same time, she had to practice mixed martial arts with the soldiers in the army. In mixed martial arts, Yi Qian couldn't beat them due to her young age and lack of strength. For things like identifying guns and quickly assembling a gun from a pile of scattered parts, she needed about the same amount of time as the elite soldiers. The M16A3 assault rifle has the same appearance as the M16A4, but the biggest difference is that the biggest feature of this rifle is that it has made a big change to the mechanical side of the Immortal M16 series, so, Yi Qian waved the assembled M16A3 assault rifle in his hand and smiled at the soldier who was competing with him. So, I won. You're not holding an M16A3, but an M16A4 semi-automatic rifle. He raised his hand and aimed. The loaded M16A3 semi-automatic assault rifle fired the first bullet. With a bang, the bullet hit the red circle in the center of the target. The soldier who lost weighed the assault rifle in his hand as he watched Yi Qian, who was still a student, shoot the first bullet in a dashing manner. The recoil from the bullets did not affect her professional shooting posture, which was impeccable. He put down the gun in his hand. He was truly convinced of his loss. Even if he wasn't convinced, he had no choice. There was a round of applause. He smiled at Yi Qian and said, "I admit defeat. Unfortunately, you're not even 18 yet. Otherwise, we could still meet at the military tournament. I was opportunistic this time. Compared to you guys, I'm still far behind." Yi Qian's opportunistic remark was based on her own memory. The elite soldier in front of her had been able to accurately and quickly assemble a gun even while blindfolded. Chapter 61. At night, Yi Qian would run with the soldiers, assemble, and train their posture. At 5:30 in the morning, she would do morning exercises and mixed martial arts. Here, Yi Qian was like a real soldier, blending in with the troops. Yi Qian was like a role model when she came up to inspect the military posture and military etiquette. She made the veterans feel that they should work harder to succeed. She stood like a pine tree, sat like a bell, and walked like the wind. From her body, one could tell what the most standard military posture was and what the most qualified posture was. You're just short of a military uniform. After the morning training, the young soldier smiled at Yi Qian, who was the same age as his sister. He pointed at her uniform and said, "This uniform doesn't suit you." Yi Qian, who spoke and acted like a soldier, wearing a uniform, was indeed a little strange. Wearing a uniform that gave off the vibe of a military uniform, wasn't that strange? Yi Qian was still sweating. She wiped her sweat with her sleeve and said with a bright smile, "I promise to wear a military uniform when I'm 18. Her goal was to get into the military's Tsinghua University, the University of Science and Technology of China. It'll take another 4 years. After 4 years, we'll all be discharged." After the soldiers laughed, they felt a little sad. The troops were made of iron, but the soldiers were like water. After 4 years, the recruits here would have changed 4 rounds. Yi Qian looked at them, her dark eyes shining like diamonds under the sunlight. She gently shook her head and said slowly, "No, in my heart, you're like the sun that never sets. You'll never be discharged. 10 years from now, in my memory, you'll still be wearing a military uniform. You'll still be indomitable men." Under the sunlight, her face was beautiful, and her voice was clear and melodious. Her voice and her smile were like the gurgling spring water in a mountain stream, flowing into the hearts of good men. "We're all looking forward to seeing you in a military uniform in 4 years. Come, let's give you a high five." The leader was a squad leader. They were all scouts who had trained in mixed martial arts. Their tanned faces were serious when they were on duty, but when they were resting, they were like the brothers next door taking care of Yi Qian. In the sound of applause, Yi Jian ended her May Day holiday in the army. After the summer vacation, she would come back again and spend another unforgettable military life with this group of adorable and respectable soldiers. By the time they returned to town, it was already close to 5 in the afternoon. Principal Chen smiled as he took out a $50 bill and said to Yi Qian, "Go, girl. Buy a caddy of pork belly and come back. Let's have a drink together tonight." His heart was filled with joy. He was even happier than if he had found a treasure. Yi Qian took the money and said happily, "Braised pork, braised grass carp, they are all your and Grandpa's favorite dishes. You have a good memory. Hurry up and go." Uncle Jen also laughed out loud. He rarely came to town, but he was really happy today, so he agreed to come to town. The market in town was not big. By 4 or 5 in the afternoon, there were only a few stalls. When Yi Qian was picking vegetables, she heard the stall owners talking about the mayor election. One of them said that Deputy Mayor Ye's family could even kick their own niece out of the house, so he was definitely not a good official. Yi Qian's lips curled up when she heard that. If this matter affected his career, Yi Ying and her mother would not have an easy time. Chapter 62. At the front of the town street was a newly opened Spring Sun restaurant. A few girls wearing tank tops and miniskirts were greeting a few customers who had jumped out of a truck. Yi Jian, who was passing by the roadside, walked quickly to Headmaster Chen's house with the groceries she had bought. A bowl of red braised pork, a braised grass carp, a bowl of stir-fried bacon, a bowl of tomato soup, and a bowl of vegetables. Principal Chen and Uncle Jen chatted happily as they sipped on rice wine. After the meal, the two of them were a little drunk. Yi Qian packed up his things, carried his backpack, and walked towards the recruit camp with a flashlight. The recruit assembly camp was about 10 miles away from Headmaster Chen's home. When they passed by the Spring Sun Hotel, several motorcycles came from the front. Yi Jian, who was holding a flashlight, turned off the light subconsciously and saw the motorcycle stop at the entrance of the hotel after turning a corner. The strong lights of the motorcycles did not go off immediately. They reflected a blinding light on the restaurant's glass door. The night wind carried with it the pungent smell of diesel fuel and a faint smell of blood. Yi Qian wrinkled his nose and walked away quickly. During the day, a few girls wearing tank tops came out to greet him. The people on the motorcycles all got off one by one. "Get out of my way!" A man shouted angrily and blocked one of the girls. He got off the motorcycle himself. "Send the food to my room and ask Liao Yu to come over." Yi Qian's footsteps paused for a moment. When he lifted his feet again, he walked faster and more steadily. The smell of blood in the air had not faded. Yi Qian did not continue walking forward. Instead, he took a shortcut to the recruit camp. When he passed by a village pond, he suddenly heard rapid breathing coming from under the embankment. Then there was the sound of splashing water, as if someone was climbing out of the pond. The muddy smell mixed with the strong smell of blood made Yi Qian stop in his tracks. His body slowly crawled on the wet ground. The sound of splashing water disappeared, and the breathing became more rapid. Yi Qian pursed her lips even tighter. This person was injured. Was he a villager from the town? No, that was unlikely. If it was a villager, he could have called for help. She, who was used to being cautious, did not move. It was as if she blended into the night. She even held her breath. In the darkness, someone staggered as he stood up. Step by step, he walked towards the camp on the small mountain. The stench of blood became even heavier. When Yi Qian saw the shadow, he jumped up from the ground without any hesitation. He stuffed his flashlight into his bag and ran towards the stumbling shadow. "I'll help you over there. Come, lean your body weight on me. I can support you." Yi Qian rushed over and grabbed the man's right arm and placed it on his shoulder. He used his other hand to support the man's strong waist. I know, Commander Yang. Don't talk. Let's go back and treat your wounds. After being in the army for so long, he was familiar with the aura emitted by the shadow. It was the aura of a soldier who was calm in the face of death.